Details coming up next. Hey, it's DMac for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Performance matters in intimate moments. Don't let ED get in the way. The truth is, most men don't have to live with it anymore, and you may be surprised by how the right treatment can improve your love life. The truth is, ED can ruin the moment. And when you're getting intimate with your partner, you aren't able to perform the way you want or used to be able to. It'd be really frustrating. But at the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, there's a wide range of advanced treatment options for every stage VD that can help you get back up to performing again the way you used to, maybe even better. So check them out today. It's $99 for the initial improvement, and you can find out why their advanced medical treatment strategies offer so much more. Initial visit, $99. You get the consult, AT and a PSA test. If advised, a test dose. If it doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. With 5 locations in Colorado, they're close, for sure, up and down I-25. Fort Collins, North Denver, Central Denver, Castle Rock, and Colorado Springs. So call today, 720-440-7900, RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Hey, you know what I was just thinking about?
Jumping?
Oh, good.
What?
You know, music and you. All those ex-Knicks players you see, like in the last game, Grandmama and all these different dudes. Wonder if I could call them and see if they'd get me on the front row.
You should do that.
Well, you are a draft pick.
I was a drafted Knick player.
In 1982.
Yeah, we just read that.
You know what's funny about that? My girlfriend's daughter lives in New York City.
Oh, wow.
She calls up the girlfriend and says, "Hey, you think Tyler's got any connections to get me tickets to the Knicks game tomorrow?"
Oh my God! Are you kidding me?
Hold on. Does she think I'm John Elway? Does she think that I'm Peyton Manning around here?
But guess what? There's two names you know who might. So then they get a hold of you.
I do,
and then you're supposed to get a hold of Peyton Manning.
Oh, okay.
Eli got tickets.
Eli did get tickets. You're
Eli's a legend in New York City.
You don't think if Peyton Manning wanted to sit down and go to that game, he wouldn't be there?
I think he'd have a harder time than Eli.
Oh, I don't know.
Eli's a legend in New York City. He's royalty.
He's the biggest name 500 quarterback in New York history.
2 rings. He can't hear you complain. He's got 2 rings in his ears. And he beat the best Patriots team,
Ever.
arguably the best team of all time. He beat Tom Brady twice.
He's going to be a Hall of Famer.
Who cares about regular season records? Oh, my God. If I'm a Giants fan, I worship Eli Manning. Are you kidding me? Nah, he's royalty in New York, dude.
Yeah, he's no Jim Kelly.
Jim is royalty in Buffalo. He is. He's royalty in
Eli
Buffalo.
is definitely Jim Kelly.
I mean, in New York City, he is.
Definitely.
Yeah.
No, I said Jim Kelly's no Eli Manning.
Oh,
well,
because
but in
guess
Buffalo,
what? He can't
I see
plug
what you're
his
saying.
ears up.
Got
Yeah,
it,
but
got it. Yeah, you're right. You're right.
It's Buffalo, though. Trust me.
So Eli's a way better quarterback than Jim Kelly.
Oh, boy.
It doesn't matter regular season.
His legacy's better.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, he got there twice and won twice.
Jim's 0-4 in the
I hate
Super
that.
Bowl,
That
and Eli Manning's 2-0.
Nobody would think Eli Manning's a better quarterback than Jim Kelly, but hey, Jim's wearing a gold jacket. We'll see what's happening. What's up with Eli? When's he going to put one on?
He will.
Okay.
I mean, he will.
You know, so we'll have that.
It'll be just as a conversation. They'll look at his record, and if they wait too far, there's going to be young guys that never saw him play and go, he's a 500 quarterback.
It doesn't, man. You can't do what he did in the Super Bowl and not get into the Hall of Fame. You can't do it.
Yeah,
it's
that's
too good.
Russ.
Well, Russ didn't do what he did.
Russ did not do what he did.
Russ won one of them
He
things.
can't hear you out of one ear.
You know, that is so funny with Russ. If they win, if they just hand the ball off to Marshawn.
Well, you know what?
That's it. He's in the Hall of Fame.
You're probably right, but Russ is like the most interesting Hall of Fame case of all time, because even with losing that game, even with throwing that interception, if Russ just would have retired the day that he was done in Seattle, he would have been
the
a Hall
day
of
he was
Famer.
traded.
Agreed.
He would, and he played himself out of it.
Nate Nandy had somebody on, I believe it was on their show, or they were quoting a piece or whatever. But the guy said something. There's no one that's had a career like Russ that needs that 5-year waiting period more than he does. He said, because like you just mentioned, Tyler, those first 10 years, Hall of Fame.
Well,
his last 4 years, average Joe at best.
Guess what Russ will be doing for the next 5 years on TV?
Yeah, elevating himself.
Hey, you think that's an accident? I mean, I'm sure he was always going to go to TV no matter what, but you don't think that's somewhere in the back of his mind?
I still think Russ could, in theory, sneak into the Hall of Fame, but I find it unlikely.
No way first ballot, right?
Oh, zero chance.
Yeah.
He'll get in someday.
You think so? I don't know, man.
Oh, it's
you
gonna be
put
tough.
a 4-time loser in.
Who? Jim Kelly? Oh, what a jerk. What a jerk.
Well played, Scott Hastings.
What a jerk. Got to get there.
Oh, yeah, he jumped up and yelled at him.
What bum did they throw in there?
You got to get there. It kills me Jim didn't get one of those. Man, it sucks. Do you know Jim at all?
I met him one time.
Both you guys would love freaking Jim Kelly. You'd love him. You'd love his 4 brothers. You'd love all of them. You'd love Tommy Good, his turtle. He had a turtle. Like him and Dan lived in this big mansion, and they had turtle living with them. Tommy Good. It was hysterical. It was just like Entourage.
When you think of turtle, I'm thinking of tortoise.
No. It's like Entourage. They had
a turtle.
They had a turtle. Tommy Good.
Yeah.
And it was the life they led. Then he fell in love and ruined everything. But there was a time.
Ruined our fun,
dude. There was a time, and Mark Stout was running buddies with Jim. I was like attached to Stout, so I wasn't really part of the Kelly crew. But
you hung out a couple times.
Well, yeah, because I was over the house a bunch of different times.
You were Stout's turtle.
I'd like to think I was
Vinny.
Stout's Johnny Drama.
Yeah.
I'd like to not think I was Stout's turtle, but
you were drama.
Stout definitely had a crew. Like, I was part of the Stout. He was the leader. He was the leader of the crew, and I was part of his crew.
So you wouldn't be the turtle in his crew?
Not really. Stout was a stud, man. I know it's so funny to talk about because you guys think of him in a different way, but that dude ran, man. Like, it was fun, and he was the leader of the crew. And then Jim had a crew, and we were all like the same age, and we were all hanging out together. It was awesome. And then you get married, and then... But just think about it for a second. You're all in your mid-20s. You have no responsibilities, really. And you just do whatever you want. Those are the days, man. That was fun. 20s are the best. I was broke, had nothing going on. I was hanging out with all these pro athletes.
Well, what better job to be than be turtle?
Dude, it was so awesome.
Hold it on.
It was great. All right, Gabe Landeskog. Have you ever heard of the Mark Messier Award?
I would assume that at least the name of it's fairly new, right?
It's 20 years old.
Wow.
And it's for leadership.
Oh, okay.
And then there's the Masterton Award, which is for perseverance.
Oh, yeah.
So Gabe knew he was winning the Mark Messier Award. So they had the film cameras there, the film crew there.
For leadership.
For leadership, yeah. And Mark Messier's quote is, "This was the easiest decision of all time." Like that's just how pronounced the leadership of Gabe Landeskog is.
This was a get you in the fields video. I'll tell you that.
Okay, I'm curious what your reaction was. So they hand him an iPad, and the first people up are Kale and Nate.
Watching you grind for 3 years to come back, I'm so honored to be your teammate.
It was very hard to see at your lowest, and I can't even imagine how difficult it truly was for you and your family. But somehow you still managed to be a part of our team, be a leader, and continue to show up every single day with a positive mindset.
So they got that going, and then it's his dad, his Fopa. Isn't that father in Sweden? Fopa, maybe?
Oh.
Isn't that what Peter Forsberg was
I
called?
thought it was Faja.
Okay. Anyways, here's Landy Dad. Dad Landy.
There were lots of people that was skeptical if you were ever going to come back to the game. But you didn't care about that. You just kept on working. People don't understand how much effort you have put into it. And you are amazing. You're such an inspiration for so many people, not only athletes, even other people's. I just want to say I'm so proud. I love you.
Okay, that kind of got me right
So that
there.
was Faja.
Yeah. When I saw that, I was like, oh my God.
Yeah.
That's pretty cool. And then he's got the 3 kids and his wife, and they come in
Were you expecting what's behind you?
with the Masterton trophy.
Oh my goodness. Come here.
Congratulations, babe.
Come here.
So you kind of get it from there, right?
So
Like
what you're saying, it was really appropriate and apropos that he's able to be at home so they could get these awards.
What are you saying?
Sure, Scott. It's a good thing that Davs got knocked out.
Good
Yeah.
thing. Good
What do you
thing he
mean, what is
lost.
he
Is that
saying?
your take?
Good
What do
thing
you mean, what is he
Good thing he
saying?
lost, so he wasn't like in Carolina somewhere. Or,
I think they could have given him an iPad and his 3 kids on the road if he's in a ballroom in Carolina. I think they could have still done it.
yeah.
I
Or
think,
maybe just delayed it.
they
Did
can't.
you not delay it?
Well,
they
because
probably have timing on all the awards.
they do, because the Hart Trophy is the last one, and that's coming out, geez, Dan, today, tomorrow, something like that. That's the big one. That's the MVP that Nate's
Well,
up
they
for.
would have played home games as well, just for the record.
Yeah.
You know,
I mean,
like I'm not sure if we're aware of that, but like
Right.
there would have been times that he would have been here with
Correct.
his kids at his house.
Correct.
Yeah.
That's Landy. That's the guy you want to get rid of, Tyler.
Well, pull the tape from yesterday. You heard it. DMac wanted to trade Gabe Landeskog.
I was actually listening to Moser today, and everybody is acknowledging the same thing about Gabe. Like,
really?
well, those guys are saying the same thing I
No,
was
it's
saying.
just I'm not sorry. It just surprises me that they're having the same conversation.
He's a better third liner, maybe even fourth liner, like that sort of thing. Like you've got to build the team up where a guy like Gabe, who nobody's trying to get rid of
anymore,
now that Tyler's,
Mm-hmm.
But that's the guy. The conversation was, if you get in a fight, who's going to stick up for you? And like Nate McKinnon, of course, is willing to do it, but you don't want him to do it. Who you want to do it is Gabe Landeskog.
right?
But you need other things from guys on your top line. You need Gabe for his leadership and the other things he brings.
The third and fourth line, Dan, help me if you agree with this. Third and fourth line need to be those surprise lines. You realize we got 4 points from that third and fourth line tonight because your first two lines were killing it. Problem was the fourth line was the third and fourth line was pretty good in the playoffs this year. The top line struggled.
No doubt. There's zero doubt about it. Nathan McKinnon didn't score in the Western Conference Final. That's no good. You got Jack Drury scoring goals. You got Logan O'Connor. You got Parker Kelly, Marty Natchez, Brock Nelson. I mean, Chushkin was hurt, but yeah, Gabe. Gabe actually had a couple goals. Gabe,
three.
Yeah. So I don't know, man. Good for Gabe, first of all. It's funny, they were talking too about Lonzo Ball. They had the same injury, but where is Lonzo? Is he even in the league?
I brought that up a week ago.
Is he out of the league?
I told you the last 2 years, Lonzo's only played 35 games in both these last 2 years.
Yeah, because I'm listening to the morning show, and they said he got released from the last team he was on.
He was traded from Chicago to somebody, and they may have released him.
Well, I mean, again, to the remarkable comeback from Gabe Landeskog, Lonzo came back with the same injury, which is crazy, and now doesn't have a job.
Yeah, it's actually insane that Gabe, I mean, not only that he's back, but he's survived an extended period here without anything severe going on.
Well, good for Gabe, man. Happy for him, man. All-timer.
And I want to say,
anytime the kids are
Balls
involved,
was almost a year before Gabe got his, but it was, and then I think Lonzo had his second one.
They had a little baby too. They got a little Ella who's just crawling around right now. Little girl.
Kyle Keefe married them.
I do know that. Yeah, I do know. Kyle's thick as thieves.
Or Dane Bannister.
Universal.
He's married a few people. But Gabe asked him to marry him. He did that. Yeah. That's Kyle Keefe. All right, there you go with Gabe. That being said, the Hurricanes, of course, beat the Golden Knights, right? And now we find out Carter Hart sucks. And he's the first NHL goalie in the finals to give up 4 straight games, giving up 4 or more goals. It's like, Carter Hart. Where was this guy?
And the Avs didn't score 4 goals in the last 2 games combined.
This is who this dude was before the playoffs, and this is who he is basically actually in the playoffs.
Yeah.
And now he's back to that. He just had this weird hot streak for 4 games against the Avs.
Or was it that hot, or was the pressure that the Avs applied wasn't what everybody else has applied?
The more time goes by and the more that happens, I'm realizing how fluky the Vegas Golden Knights win over the Avs was. I'm a little bit less harsh on the Avs because there was just some fluky shizzle going on that benefited them.
But do you help the fluky? If you don't have anybody ever in the net, you're never taking his eyes on the puck, you're not doing, and the Avs are not known for that. Did you help with the flukiness?
I'm leaning more and more towards you don't need huge change on this team. You need some change, but not huge change. I think you need huge change.
You need a wall. You
just got to figure. I mean, the only thing you really got to figure out is how to handle the physicality of the playoffs.
It feels
that's it.
It feels small. The more time goes on, it feels small.
Well, you're not getting rid of any of the big pieces. You know that.
You're not, no.
So if you're not getting rid of a big piece, then changes have to be small.
Then you need to add a big piece. physically big.
A large
Something.
piece.
A large piece.
But it feels like it's like one, maybe two little something like
Flickers.
that. Yeah, it ain't like the
Like
Nuggets.
the Nuggets.
The Nuggets are like, oh my God. Lord. No, I don't think it's like the Nuggets. That being said, in terms of the Broncos are doing OTAs right now. We'll be out there tomorrow. And also at noon, don't forget, Joe Sakic's press conference will be on the air live here at noon. So tomorrow at noon, it's all about the Avs. And then it'll be Sean Payton and the Broncos after that. We check in with Jeff Legwald next.
Hey, if you're out there in need of a new or pre-owned vehicle, go to the best dealership in Colorado. It's Phil Long Ford. Guys, I've been a customer for a very long time over there, and I think relationships matter. That's why every time I need a new vehicle, I buy one from Phil Long Ford. I know them, love them, trust them. And if you're anything like me, you're going to become a long-term customer after you buy your first vehicle from Phil Long Ford. They're going to treat you right, get you in, get you out, respect your time, give you the best price on the vehicle of your dreams. Don't drive all over the state looking for a new vehicle. Just go to Phil Long Ford. There's over 8,000 cars, trucks, vans, SUVs, electric vehicles, even commercial fleet vehicles on their lot right this minute. So whether you're looking for a new vehicle or a pre-owned vehicle, the vehicle of your dreams is already on the lot at Phil Long Ford. They've already got the best prices at Phil Long Ford. They also have an award-winning service department, so once you buy that new vehicle, keep it serviced over at Phil Long, and you're going to have a beautiful ride for a very long time. Let them know that your friend Tyler sent you on over, and check them out online at phillongford.com.
Jeff Legwald is brought to you by the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, IBEW Local 68. Start with a job, end with a career. What's unique about tomorrow, Jeff, is we will hear from Davis Webb for the first time. What will you be curious to hear or ask Davis Webb tomorrow?
Actually, I think I'd like to ask him the question we won't get an answer to,
All right,
which
well,
is,
what's that?
Is Sean Payton really letting you run the offense? Would be my
Yeah.
Because I think it's not, and I don't say that
Snarkily.
sort of flip, because this is a hard thing. I don't think people realize this is a hard thing for Sean Payton to do, and I am intrigued by the human element of it. That you have to have a lot of ego to survive as a head coach in the NFL. You simply will not survive. Humility is just not rewarded very often in the head coaching world. So I think Sean has a very foundational belief that he's good at being a play caller, and I am certain it was very difficult for him to make this move, but he really likes this team, and he's going to be very disappointed if it doesn't get all the way to the finish line, in the next few years here. So I'm just intrigued by the human element of it. And, there's a lot riding on it for Davis. If he does a good job, he could be a one and done onto a, bigger, bolder opportunity in the coaching world.
Yeah, that's definitely true. And I also wonder the opposite of it. 2 bad games, 2 tough games to start out the season, and then what? How much patience is Sean going to have?
Yeah, and I just think of times, Mike Shanahan, when he coached, there were times he'd be in the defensive meetings if things weren't going right on that side of the ball. And even the play callers on defense, in his tenure would know if a couple bad games, the head coach was going to be in the wheelhouse a little bit. And I think that just comes with it, no matter what. All former really good play caller. Gary Kubiak had offensive coordinators, and Mike Shanahan had offensive coordinators. So this isn't a new thing. I'm just intrigued by the human element of it. And, Davis isn't that far from being a player,
right,
in the league. And I think that's intriguing as well, to see that rapid movement from playing to coaching to now play calling. And I think that's interesting too.
I'm not sure about here, but if you look at the guys that were play calling for Peyton Manning his Colts day, they seem to always be really, really close. You look at Elway with Shanahan for those years and how close they seem to be. Is that one of the reasons? And will we see a different, will Davis Webb, you almost think he's still the quarterback coach as much time as he will spend with the quarterback on the sideline?
No question, Scott. And I think, too, this is part of the move to this. I think people in the building, including Sean, see the strength of the Bo Nix Davis relationship. And Davis is not a wallflower when it comes to criticism. He's hard on those quarterbacks. I mean, they earn everything in the meeting. He isn't like, they didn't make him the play caller because he's the softer touch,
right,
or something, or he's more of a player's coach. No, he's a hard ass, and he makes no secret about it. And I think that's also why Sean decided, yeah, that's a good fit, because he wants the quarterbacks to be pushed, because let's face it, no player on the field, feels or deals with more pressure than the quarterback.
Jeff Legwald, our guest. What else do you think will be different tomorrow from last week, if anything?
No, DMac, I think Sean has made it pretty clear. He likes the 3 weeks, the 2 weeks of OTAs and minicamp to look pretty similar. He wants those guys to know what to expect, know what they're going to be up to, because this is about prepping. He wants them performing, not worried about, the schedule or how practice is going to look or any of that. So he likes it to be very similar. Now, mini camp next week is different because the rules allow you to meet longer, be on the field longer. That's more like training camp, for some of the rookies and those types of things.
Jeff, I think that fan favorites in training camp, Jonah Coleman's going to be at the top of the list because he's easy to follow. He's on offense. He's a running back, right? Give me a Jeff Legwald darling for us to pay attention to.
Ooh, that's on a veteran team like this. That's a tough one, Tyler. I mean, they don't have a lot of competition going on for they don't have much room for darlings to present themselves. But I'm looking at. I want to see some of the younger pass rushers. I think Q Robinson intrigues me. If you're talking about sort of training camp darling, preseason darling, I think he's a guy that could have very good preseason games because at the end of last season, watching that guy in practice, the leap he made from July to December last year was as big as anybody on the roster. And, so that's kind of an under radar guy for me. But once Jonah Coleman plays a preseason game, he will be a darling because he is going to run over somebody. He's going to run over somebody's third team safety like it's a welcome mat.
Do you think he's already mentally, maybe not literally on the board, but mentally, do you think he's already ahead of RJ Harvey in the coach's mind?
I don't think ahead, but I think they see he's playing. I mean, they are already thinking, there's no doubt he's in whatever the rotation's going to look like, he's on the wheel right now, no matter what, because his maturity, he's built. A lot of times it takes like 2 or 3 years for a guy to look NFL ready physically. He showed up at rookie minicamp looking like NFL ready physically. And for a running back, I think that puts you right in the mix. And his pass protection immediately gives him a toe in the door that the other guys don't have right now.
5 months from now, we'll be saying what about the tight ends room?
I don't know, Scotty. I think that's an interesting. I think they've done things or will do things that give Ingram more room to work. And I've said, when you go back, and I always go back and I chart all the games again after the season's over, just to make sure I didn't get fooled or I didn't fall into some kind of rut looking at things. And when I looked at it, he's open initially, but defenders reel him in the longer the play goes. So anything they can do to create more space so the open Evan Ingram stays open a little longer, I think will help. And Waddle does that. So maybe 50 catches, that's a lot of catches, but there weren't a lot of impact in those catches. And I think we might say he's had more impactful catches 5 months from now because they have the ability to, or should have the ability to create more space. So when guys win off the line of scrimmage, that the victory stays a win a little longer during the play.
All right, Jeff. Tomorrow it's more OTAs, and were you surprised that Sean Payton was so definitive about Bo Nix?
No, I think when he decides he's adamant about something, he's adamant about something.
Why?
The Bo Nix is going to be healthy thing. It's borderline religious doctrine inside the Broncos complex. They are. That's the message. And honestly, I saw Bo jog from one drill to the other and all those things.
There you go, Jeff.
And you can see the limp, a slight limp and all that, which is to be expected. But I have no doubt he'll throw some, whether that's 7-on-7, 11-on-11, whatever. He'll throw some next week because he probably wants to. He's been thrown in the walkthroughs. which isn't much, but it's still throwing.
Okay.
But yeah, so that's gonna be
They're
the way it
speaking
goes.
that he's speaking into existence.
I guess.
because he's seen Plan B in the AFC Championship game.
So he's just willing it to happen if he
Yeah.
just says it out loud.
Yeah. He's
Bo's going to be Bo's 100%
Bo's gonna
healthy
be
by the end of
Bo's
June.
100%.
Really?
Because Plan B we saw in the AFC Championship game.
Okay, so it's odd, Jeff. I don't know, but Sean, that's what he does. Hey, yes.
Well, that's the world of semantics in head coaching. That's a show for another day. But it's the
world
skill.
of semantics or semantics.
Go ahead, Tyler.
Well, I was changing subjects here, but any gut on the direction the Jonathan Cooper deals get ahead?
Yeah, I think that's one. I think the affidavits on the arrest are so divergent. If it doesn't go to trial, if there is a settlement before the trial, I think that could impact if he faces punishment from the league. To me, that's the question. Is he going to be punished 1 game or 2 games? Guys in similar situations have gotten 1 game, but we'll see. I'm certain if he had any sort of appeal hearing, and he would, if a suspension was handed down, that he would certainly show the affidavits that both people were arrested, all those things. But in a domestic, long ago I covered the police beat. In a domestic situation like that, the stories are going to vary, and it will take some time to sort through it. They got a trial date before training camp, and that's what they requested. So it's a possibility of a 1 or a 2 day trial, I believe. So, they could have some kind of verdict, before, if it indeed sees the courtroom.
Does it breathe any life into Von Miller joining the team?
I don't think so. I know Von really wants that to happen, but even privately, he sort of admitted to people he knows it's a very slim chance. And I've not gotten that vibe from anybody in the building over the last 3 months that they're waiting it out so it's cheaper or whatever. I don't get that sense, but as you guys know, I've been on that beat long enough to say never with the Broncos, but I don't see it right now.
Yesterday, Tyler, I don't know if you were invited to this. I'm assuming you were. A bunch of ex-Broncos were invited to tour the building to say goodbye to the building.
Mm-hmm.
I've never really heard of something like this, but I think it's kind of cool. I don't think you went, or
I did not. I did get the email on it.
Yeah.
They invited all alumni, so anybody that wanted to attend could. It looked like there was probably 20-some guys that showed up for it.
What a unique thing, though. So you can come and say goodbye to a building.
Having seen the ebb and flow and how the team, like during Josh McDaniels' tenure, was probably the low point of my career covering the team of alumni relations. So you see it come and go, but this is a Terry Penner initiative.
Pretty cool.
One of her foundational things is former players are going to be remembered, and it's one of her big things.
Oh.
And I give them a lot of credit for it, because I think as a human, again, I've seen football on a human level. People sacrifice a lot to play in the league, and it's good that the team they did it for remembers.
That's pretty cool, man.
She's done a great job. She really has. Every time I get a chance to meet either her or her husband, you're just blown away by how normal they are. They care. They care about the community. They care about players.
Is there any part of the building in your heart you'd want to say goodbye to?
Want to say goodbye to
Any part of
third toilet stall down.
Well, fortunately, they've been gone for a long time.
Yeah.
But my first tenure here with the Rich Tootin' wooden sleds, goodbye. Goodbye to those.
Yeah.
They probably got one of them somewhere stored up.
Yep. See you later,
Jeff. What'd you say?
More guys pulled their hamstring on the wooden sleds than in the history of football. I will say that.
Do you guys remember Jeff? Do you remember not just the ones that you pushed, but do you remember the next variation of it? And these were his creations. He took a lot of pride in it.
Yeah.
The next variation was a wooden box that would you would put another human in, and you would pull them like a sled that are coming from behind
around
you.
the field.
You guys remember Montre Holland?
I do remember.
Montre
Holland.
I've never felt worse for an athlete.
Yeah.
He was sentenced to the sled.
I felt
That's
so
right.
bad for him.
Didn't get to practice during training camp, but he did get to pull other humans in that little wooden box.
Rich Tootin once threatened me to put in the wooden box. To put me in the wooden box for
It's
a
funny
lot
where
longer
technology has gone from those little wooden boxes and sleds to just big tractor tires.
Dude, Rich Tootin's wife one time, Jeff, came and bitched at me at a supermarket that I was doing an appearance at because she was upset with what I was saying about her husband.
We've
all felt the wrath of the Tootins.
Many conversations with Rich. You know, the building has one of the great quirks of a football building ever, in that on the bottom floor, the first floor of the building, there's no way to get from one end all the way to the other without going through the locker room. And that will be the biggest change of
that's interesting.
the new building. Is that, that's why the one staircase exists, because for people like just doing business in the Bronco building, you can't get end to end on the first floor without going through the locker room. So you have to go up and back down. Yeah, no, it's a great quirk.
That is really weird.
True.
I guess.
True story.
I guess when you think, I guess so. What is on the other? The cafeteria is on the other side of the locker room.
Cafeteria's on one side, and then the meeting room start on the next.
That used to be the weight room. Back in the day, that was the weight room.
Yeah, the food place was,
that building has gone through so many different little. It's such a small space.
There was no second floor on most of the building when I started covering the team, and now it's all the way from end to end.
By the way, Jeff, look what they've turned where we used to hang out in the media room. What they've turned that into.
It's the we call it the Hackett Lounge, because that's his lasting impact. Was he took the best media room in the league and turned it into a fun factory that nobody used.
Nobody used it.
Well, they had like 2 wins. Nobody's going to be like playing Papa Shot when you've won 2 games, and
let's go get some air hockey in between the breaks.
That is true. Then there was like different variations of when I was first there as a rookie. We had NFL Blitz in the locker room. Yeah, now that sucker got used. That the arcade game.
There was a golden tee too at one point.
It was such a weird thing because it was like you wouldn't go in that direction, because if you're a player, you'd be parked on the other side, so you wouldn't even No,
but it was where we always were with our meetings.
Well, that's true.
So anytime you'd break a meeting and have a 10-minute break, in theory, it was right next door.
And during COVID, the defense met on the other side of the door. So I had the whole defensive game plan, because most mornings I was the only guy in the media room. So I would have the whole defensive game plan by noon.
I am a more mature man now, and I no longer play in these games, but I did play many a card games in that room.
Is that right?
Many card games went down in that room.
Right. All right,
Connect
Jeff.
4. Connect 4 was big during the
Jeff,
Von Miller years.
If you only knew the amount of money that was wagered on Connect 4,
Connect
it would
4
blow your mind. Connect
that was
4
ruthless.
Became the hottest game to gamble on during the Super Bowl season.
Ruthless.
We had Connect 4s all over the place.
Connect
in that locker room.
Connect 4 went bananas, and people were starting to think it was like this game of skill. Like chess masters couldn't play Connect 4.
Can I tell you, it got so serious with Connect 4 that when we would leave the locker room, we were itching so bad. Like we were itching. We were like craving. You needed to feed yourself, That we downloaded Connect 4 apps that we could play on the bus against one another.
Wow.
Until we found out that there is an app out there that tells you the perfect place to play your next Connect 4 spot.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then it ended.
And then the gambling, then it reverted to analog, old school Connect 4 boards.
I was going to write a story on the Connect 4, and somehow it got derailed, but I had one player tell me, you can't tell anybody how bad I am at Connect 4.
All right, Jeff, we'll see you out there tomorrow. Fun stuff. All right, my man. It's Jeff Legwald, brought to you by the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, IBEW Local 68. Start with the job, end with a career. A reminder, We're kicking off the FIFA World Cup 26 with Michelob Ultra. USA Paraguay starts at number 38 this Friday at 6:30. Michelob Ultra on site with a lot of fun and ultra giveaways. Nate and Andy actually broadcasting live starting at 3 o'clock. So come by and pregame and get ready to cheer on the U.S. men's national team at number 38. No dumb questions next.
Hey, if you want to hit the buzzer beater on your retirement goals, Trajan Wealth's family office brings your retirement, tax, and estate planning under one roof. So your whole game plan is working together. Guys, it's important to have everybody on the same page so that your strategy is cohesive and it's built with a plan for all three phases. Call Trajan Wealth today to learn more about their tailored wealth management solutions at 1-855-TRAJAN-1 or visit them online at TrajanWealth.com. It's never too early to plan for retirement, whether it's years away or right around the corner. The fiduciary advisors at Trajan Wealth, they can help you feel ready for what's next. So start the conversation today at TrajanWealth.com. At Trajan Wealth, it all starts with respect and understanding. Their fiduciary advisors take the time to listen, to teach, and create a plan that truly reflects your values and your goals. Visit TrajanWealth.com or call 1-855-TRAJAN-1 to schedule your free consultation. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth LLC, SEC registered investment advisor, additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax, actual client paid advertisement, additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Polumbus, Hastings, and DMac present No Dumb Questions. This is your safe space.
I like to use no dumb questions as parenting advice for myself.
You're a smart guy. Send us your not dumb question now. Tweet it, text it, or Twitch it. It's No Dumb Questions on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
No dumb questions. When you see Carter Hart and the Golden Knights lose and him giving up goals left and right, do you feel like he got lucky against the Avalanche, or that the Avs needed to make things tougher on him? Like, how do you frame what's going on?
I don't know. I thought that dude was the second coming.
Well, he was against the Avalanche. He was fantastic.
I've got all the games saved from that series. I don't really want to go back and relive it, but my initial recognition is they didn't. I tend to when I get beat to point fingers at myself as opposed to others, right? And I'm not sure the Avs did enough to make it hard on him, because obviously the Canes are doing something different. The Ducks did something different. The Kraken, was that the Kraken they played in the first round? Must have done something different that the Avs didn't do. And so what you got to figure out is what is the difference that all these other teams were able to do against Hart. You know, the simple thing is get his eyes off the puck, because I don't think the Avs have ever done a great job of that.
I don't know what it means. I mean, I don't know what we're supposed to look back on with the Colorado Avalanche and be like, okay, well, why couldn't we expose that? Why was he so great against us? All I know is he was freaking awesome against the Avalanche. And, you know, goaltenders are weird. Goaltenders are weird. Well, they get hot, they get cold. I don't know what to say.
We talked about Landy a while ago.
Mm-hmm.
And I think he had 3 goals in that Western Conference Finals, I believe.
Okay.
And they scored 7, and I think he scored 3 of them. If I'm not mistaken, I mean, all 3 of them, at least 2 of the 3 were putbacks. Putbacks or right in front of the net, the one crossover, a little tip in that he had against from the pass from McKinnon.
Yeah.
But they weren't slap shots.
Mm-hmm.
They weren't open vision slap shots that slid past this guy. They were putbacks and tap ins.
It doesn't
in front of the
feel
net.
like the Canes are getting like all that different amount of pressure or looks against Carter Hart than the Avs. It feels like it's more or less the same.
Well, we should look then. Well,
But
maybe fatigue is playing.
It was just dumb luck, or who knows.
Or fatigue. You know, he's been playing in net for 15 games in a row now.
No dumb question. Do you think the vibe's going to be different in New York tonight than Game 3?
I think it'll be angrier.
Oh, God.
Well, inside even.
Why do you say that?
Dude, I saw the dumbest piece on that game today, and they were going around talking, because we talked about the ticket prices.
Yeah.
And they're going to be, how much did you pay for tickets? 15 grand, 12 grand, blah, 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 2,000. One guy had asked a man that brought his 10-year-old son, 11, 12-year-old son. They said, what do you think about your dad paying $20,000 for your ticket? So he spent $40,000 to take his 12-year-old son with him. I mean, I was like, and we talked about it yesterday. I'm like, dude, your fans are from a different world.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. I am curious. Do you think prices came down at all?
That's a good question.
We should get a seat check.
That's a good question. That's a really good question.
I don't know why they would.
You know, it was a little shines off the rose, maybe. I mean, it was kind of ridiculous. The buildup was kind of absurd.
Some old guy, they asked him, what'd you pay for your ticket? And I'm talking like older than me.
Mm-hmm.
And he said $14,000. He said, I was offered $55,000 for it.
Yeah.
He said, well, what am I to do? He said, I'm going to die broke. So what? Or something like that. But this guy was $14,000, had a chance to make $55,000.
I don't even know what to say. I do not know what to say. I listen, when we spent, me and Cat Cave, we spent $2,000 for 2 tickets for Game 2 of the Stanley Cup Final. I thought that was the most insane thing I had ever done.
That is
connected to
I
sports.
will say this though, and obviously everybody's got their own dollar figure that they can afford, and not anybody can afford that. But I will say I'm a huge advocate of spending money on experiences and not things. You know, so like if you got an opportunity to spend money on an experience, you're not going to regret it later in life. That's a memory.
When you have a nice experience with a Ford Raptor.
Well, I loved that experience that I'd love to relive again. That was a good experience.
That was a good experience.
Yeah.
So if you ever were to get a new Raptor, it'd be for.
But see, that's not a thing. That's an experience.
It's an experience.
Yeah, right. Like I would not be buying a thing. That's just an experience.
Just an experience.
The big story of the day coming up next. All right. Well, our big question of the day is actually coming from our listeners, and it's about us and more specifically about Scott. So,
yeah, it's natural.
If you could,
I don't put any color. I don't put any color into it.
The floor is yours, Mr.
I don't
Hayes.
plan on shaving now or getting a haircut.
I don't know.
The rumors you've heard are true. Yeah, I mean, listen, I'm appreciative. I got 33 years broadcasting Nuggets and NBA games on television.
Should we say what the rumors are?
Well, can't say I'm fired because I'm going to stay here.
Correct.
Yeah, so I'm still staying with the company.
You're no longer doing TV.
I just won't be doing TV like I've done for the last 33 years. But yeah, called in the office the other day and yesterday and was informed of their decision. And listen, here's what I've learned as I've grown older. The young Scott Hastings probably would have thrown a fit, been upset, cussed people out, got on the radio today and said, "You MFers." But it doesn't do anybody good. It's not helpful. I got 22 years with KSC. I actually wrote Josh today. Don't know if he gets it, if he changed his number, and said thank you because I really believe the Cronkies kind of saved the Nuggets in Denver. It was a floundering, dying NBA franchise when they took over. Had gone through, 3 or 4 ownerships in 2 or 3 years, it seemed like. So I am appreciative of the opportunity they gave me. I love my time. I probably have felt too much like a member of the Nuggets team when you're a broadcaster because you're not supposed to do that.
Mm-hmm.
Was I a homer? Did we take advantage of a few of our referee guests? Yes, we did.
We're getting questions. Is this tied in with Chris and Dempsey?
And I don't want to speak for anybody else. I know Dempsey put out a video on Instagram. You can see Chris Dempsey's video. He announced it. They talked to him earlier. Chris Martle just put something out on Twitter, I think, right? And so, yeah, they got the 3 of us. It's been a hell of a ride. Chris and I have done every game, since the inception of Altitude. Started from day one together, and looks like we're going out together.
Dude, I talked to you for 30, 40 minutes last night, so I already said this, but to say it in a public forum also, if you just take a step back, and I know right now it just sucks because you love it. You wanted to do it, and it sucks. But when you take a step back and you look at, dude, that was freaking legendary. That wasn't just cool. That was a legendary run. Yeah. You are the face of you and Chris and Demps is involved in that as well, of course. But I mean, that run is not normal. That maybe if you get lucky, you can last a long time. But it's just a legendary run that it's amazing to me. Just what you mean when I go out in the community, what you mean to Nuggets fans, it's mind blowing, and that doesn't go away.
Yeah. No, listen, it was a good run. It was fun. It's funny. I was talking to the warden, and if you count my playing days, 44 years I've been in the NBA.
That's amazing.
In one capacity or another. And I told her, I said, I wish you would have just given me one more year, and then I could have said 45. And then she reminded me, he goes, and it's in my email, it's you guys' email. He goes, but wasn't your number in college, and most of your NBA career, weren't you 44 in your email? Don't you have 44 in your email? I went, well, yeah, I guess I do. So,
well, they've
offered me to like I said, I'm gonna stay here.
Yes.
They've offered me to go up and help Cause out on the radio for some home games and stuff. And listen, and so I'm still going to be down the arena, and I'll still jump on radio. And listen, you can really bash the officials on the radio. So I invite you next season to turn your TV on, watch it, and listen to the radio. But I was saying about this the other day. Since I've been here as a player, and up to right now, boom, boom, all this time. 35 years, right? 91. Yeah, 35 years. I've had 4 kids finished grade school. I've had 3 of them finish middle school. One's still there. I've had 3 finish high school. One skinned by the teeth. 2 finish college. 2 marriages. 5 grandkids. All while I did this job.
Amazing.
All while I did this job. And it kind of puts it in perspective. And, I missed a lot. I mean, you guys know that as a broadcaster, you miss a lot. You miss a lot of family time. And I still now have a 12-year-old. So guess what? I'm going to get to see school plays. And I'm going to get, be home for Christmas Day and night and Christmas Eve. And,
right.
I've missed those, and I've missed New Year's, and I think the last time I went trick-or-treating with my daughter was probably 5 years ago, because we either play on or traveling on Halloween Eve or Halloween.
Sure.
So, yeah, it's going to afford me more time to not miss some of the things I missed out with my 3 older kids, and get to do more because as you know, 12 to 22 goes like that, right?
Pretty quick.
So, yeah, would I like to still doing it? Yes. If the next person fails and they say, Scott, come back, will I jump? Probably. in a freaking heartbeat. But we don't hope that. I hope whoever gets to do this is wonderful, and I hope you accept them. And I saw a great quote today. Have you guys seen the movie The Hero?
The Hero.
It's kind of an artsy film, as I'm finding out.
Okay.
But it's with Sam Elliott.
Okay.
But he's getting some Life Achievement Award from some Western group for some big cowboy movie he did when he was, in his prime. And he said, without you all, and he was talking to the fans, I'd just be a grain of sand.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, a little bit.
Dude.
I was going to ask you, and I don't want to put you in a bad spot.
Emotional.
But I think it would be appropriate if you said something about Chris Marlowe.
Listen,
your relationship with him.
He's turned into a weird California dude when he first got here, surfer dude, volleyball guy, to one of my best friends. He's been amazing. We've had tears together and laughs together and surgeries between the two of us, a handful here and there. I think he's a quality human being first. I think he is a fabulous, fabulous broadcaster. And I know this, that he really loved doing what we did. And now that he lives in town still. I don't think he has plans to move out or anything like that. But it was a pleasure. He's a pro's pro, classy, smart, beautiful family. Dimp's the same thing, man. Getting to know Dimp's closer as opposed to just being a reporter where you get to kind of make fun of him when, he was a blogger boy before there were blogger boys, right?
Dips was a blogger boy at CU.
Discovered Tyler.
When I was a freshman.
Yeah.
He was probably more. I think he had just started the Rocky Mountain or something. But yeah.
But getting to know Chris better, and Katie Wingy's just a beautiful, beautiful human being. All the people behind the scenes that no one ever gets to see have been fabulous. They've reached out to me, so that's been cool too. So, not really crying tears of sadness. They're not tears of joy.
I understand.
But it was a fun run.
I'll set you up again.
Yeah, well, thanks. Can I stop crying?
Well, maybe not after this question, but
Oh,
we are getting an overwhelming response on the text line. Now, you're not looking at it. But Tyler and I are looking at it.
Yep.
And maybe a moment to one of the things, if people don't know this about Scott, is he's the mayor of Ball Arena for basketball. Moser's the mayor of Ball Arena and with hockey. But watching Scott walk around Ball Arena, first of all, you can't hide. It just is what it is.
Yeah.
But I have always just been so impressed how easily you move amongst the fans. And it's nonstop with you, with the fans approaching you. You're like, they're not intimidated to come up and say hi. That's for damn sure.
Right.
I am curious about your relationship with the fans themselves and the Nuggets games over the years.
Like I said, I'd be a grain of sand without them. So, listen, it was family. I mean, the fans to me, as we kind of grew to know each other, 33 years is a long time.
Absolutely.
Yeah, dude, I've seen there's people there that are still season ticket holders that were there when I played. So I still recognize their faces.
Of course.
Right? One of the great joys I got was during the championship run. I've told you this before. And this guy goes, "Hey, my dad wants to meet you. He's been a season ticket holder since they played at the Coliseum." So, and I don't remember their names. I don't know if you guys know. I'm terrible with names.
Yeah, I
don't know if you guys have recognized that.
Yes,
so I said, "Nice
Unless
to meet
you're
you,
on
sir."
a Nuggets broadcast.
And we're talking, and they, "Sir, if you don't mind asking, how old are you?" He said, 94.
Oh, my gosh.
I said, "Oh, cool. How old's your son?" He goes, "Oh, he's 72. Like, so, you know, but it was, you know, it's just meeting people like that. We were out at, what would they call it? The summit, the Avalanche Alley for the Nuggets.
Yeah.
Out there,
Yeah,
we're seeing so many people out there, and just listen. The fans are great. They've always treated me great. I hope they continue to treat me great. I hope they treat the next people that come in great. Listen, I appreciate the support.
I too will be rooting for whoever does it next, and I just say good luck. Mid TV hit asking. Was it AG asking Aaron Gordon if he's playing tonight?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, no.
I thought it was
no,
Green. Who was that?
Green.
No. Yeah.
Jamichael
Green.
Yeah,
Classic.
Mid TV hit. Hey,
Michael
you playing
Green.
tonight?
That was classic. You got in a little trouble for that one.
Well, I almost did. Turned
Okay.
out they had released the injury. I didn't realize that was a big deal.
Do you want to give that whole story?
Yeah.
It's a great story.
I'm doing a live hit, I think in Indiana. And with the pregame show, and Katie's hosting the pregame show.
Mm-hmm.
And Jamichael's actually right behind us warming up before the game, and he had been on the questionable list. Now,
which isn't unusual. Sometimes guys warm up, but they don't play.
They don't play.
Yeah.
And, you know, our little hit's over with, whatever we're talking about. And the case said, "Hey, have you heard?" And I've been on the air for 2 or 3 minutes, and in that time I was on the air, from the time I got on till she asked the question, they had released who's playing and who's not playing. I guess luckily for me, because I guess I broke some voodoo thing that you're not supposed to break. They said, "Well, is Jamichael playing? Have you heard if Jamichael's playing?" Well, I've been on with her for 3 minutes. And no, but I can ask him. So I didn't think it was a big deal.
So you
and
turn
every
around.
year it kind of blows up once a year, right?
You turn around.
So I turn around and say, "Hey, Jamichael, you playing tonight?" He looks up and he goes, "No." He ain't playing. Which,
All right, so how did you almost get in trouble? I thought you actually did.
because I guess I'm not. Hey, don't talk to the players. Which that has changed a little bit, man. I used to, I got Danilo Gallinari's number, and he still talks to me and stuff. And J.R. Smith used to call me. I used to do an interview. I used to do an interview almost before every home game. And they had a little room set up, and we come in there. J.R. Smith always called it the principal's office. He said, "Oh, gosh, I got to go in the principal's office today." And it was really great. And, I mean, I had Mello. I had AI I did interviews with, Michael Malone, George Carl. I mean, everybody came into the principal's office at one time or another, which I think would be a cool segment. Actually, we got to, if they want me on TV next year.
You're
proposing ideas. Pitching, Scott's pitching.
Scott, the principal's office.
Hey, the czar. Hey, we still need the czar also. That'd be a great bit.
Flopping czar.
Yeah, the flopping czar. I'll still do that. Listen, I'm still going to be involved. They did ask if I'd like to go up on home games and do cause and yeah. Listen, am I happy with the decision? No. Am I mad at the decision? No. Listen, all good things eventually end for one reason or another. They've been great with me. The people that notified me in my little room. I will say this. So I had 3 bosses and the HR guy. In fact, the HR guy was here.
Right there. You can see him right now.
Yeah,
He's right there,
behind us.
Dwayne, yes.
Wave at him.
In fact, I walked in his little cubicle while I goes, "Hey, you fire anybody today?" he laughed. But I walked into the office, 3 different bosses and the HR guy, and I said, I saw him, and the first thing I did, I just stopped at the door and said, "It's a never good meeting when the HR guy's here." They kind of chuckle. So you knew the right on the wrong, and that's okay. I mean, listen, it's a business. They got to do what they got to do. They got to move forward eventually. Why not now as opposed to later? I get all the reasoning. They were kind to me. They've been great to me. The Cronkies have been fabulous with me. They said, hey, we want you to stay on and do radio.
Which is great.
My contract here ends in January. Not to say, they said I could sign a new 3-year deal, so you're going to have me at least 2 or 3 more years.
That's wonderful.
Doing radio. Hey, and if you can help Cause out some home games, you want to go down and do color with Cause.
Mm-hmm.
So I'll probably still be able to do that, unless it's a game on Christmas and I'm staying home. But
Sure.
yeah, so I'll still be involved. I'll still be down there. I'll still get to play with the fans. And guess what? Put my suits in mothballs.
How about that?
That's a good thing.
Yeah, no more 4:30 arrival times
I was
either.
going. I mean, during the season, I bet I had a $500, $600, $700 dry cleaning bill every basketball season.
Yeah.
I mean, it was amazing.
Are you going to miss trips to Oklahoma City and to
because my
Sacramento?
family would come to Oklahoma City.
Oh, that's the wrong one.
Yeah,
you know what I'm trying to say.
Well,
The boring
listen,
trips.
while we're at listen, might as well take the whole segment. The PR staff has been great to me, all of them, from Tommy Shepard to Jay Clark.
Oh, wow.
Jay Clark was the PR guy here when I first started. Tommy Shepard, Eric Sebastian, Nick and Cody and those guys doing now.
Mm-hmm.
They've been great. We used to go to Oklahoma City before Oklahoma City was any good.
Mm-hmm.
And so you're going there and they're, and no NBA players were ever from Oklahoma or had fans there. Dude, I one time I got 11 tickets for a game because I got all sorts of family down there and they had little kids.
Mm-hmm.
I once got 8 playoff tickets for a game in Oklahoma City because no one used their tickets when you went to Oklahoma City.
What place will you not miss traveling to?
Nowhere.
You liked it. You like being on the road.
I love being on the road.
Okay.
I love the traveling. It's funny you used to say that. We can end it here. And I love everybody out there who's responded positive. If you didn't respond positively, you're a turd.
Okay. All right.
That do.
I'm just kidding. Not really. I was driving in here today and I go, dude, that trip I took to Minnesota, or the last game of the year, wherever we played on the road, I said, man, that's the last time I'm ever going to stay in a 4-star hotel.
On the road.
That's
it.
That's the last time.
We're not going to go that's hotel motel from now
said,
on.
I'll never be in a Ritz or a Four Seasons ever again. I'll never fly on a charter flight again. I'm like,
oh, that's interesting.
I started,
Oh.
yeah, that kind of sucks.
You like that part of it.
That was a good part of it. That was nice.
Can I want to say something that, unrelated to the news, but I think it's important. Like, dude, you know how to love on people. You do. And I'll probably get choked up here a little bit too. But, with this job, we come in here and we entertain people and we laugh. And it's our job to make people have fun and enjoy sports, right? And I want to take people behind the scenes with Scott a little bit because it's a great chance to love on people when things are going on. But, you and I, we are 2 very large human beings with a lot of pride, probably a little bit of ego,
right.
And we jump on air, we got a show together, and all of a sudden it's like, well, how's this going to work out, And maybe at times we did butt heads about sports, about opinions, whatever. The day that I started this job, I'll just share with the world, coincided with the toughest period of my life. And God, I'm going to get choked up just telling this story because it means so much to me. But, I'm coming down there and I'm trying to do a show, make people laugh. And I'm walking out of that building. I barely know you. You don't know me. And we're walking out to the elevator. And you open up this door and you said, hey, come in here. I'm like, oh gosh, he already hates me. and you go, what's going on? Talk to me. You're hurting. Man. And I was like, wow, dude, like this dude. And for as much as we can butt heads at times on air, we love each other.
Yep.
Every single time, it's nearly 100% because, when you go through a tough period, it goes on for a while, right? Nearly every single time I've had a tough day, without saying a word, you've been like, what's going on? And the love that you pour out to other people is your passion. It really is. That is your passion to love on other people. And this is just a great opportunity for us to love on you and tell you how much you mean to us. And I mean that with all sincerity. We love you. We're proud of you. You're the man. You do a great job, and we're grateful that you're still going to be on air with us.
And now you're stuck with me for a few more years.
Well,
Over here.
Hey, man, you are a legend. And what you've done in broadcasting, I mean, it is interesting that you achieved everything you could as an athlete and you topped it as a broadcaster, which is pretty. You're in 5 different Hall of Fames. You are an NBA champion. You have 11 years, right, in the league?
Playing, yeah. Or watching.
I mean, you kidding me?
Yeah.
And in Denver, you're just, I hate to use this cliche, but why not? You are on the Mount Rushmore of broadcasters of Denver, Colorado. Ain't no doubt about it, brother. And that's not easy to do. So you're one of them. So you conclude.
Yes, you are.
A magnificent TV career in that role, but we're so thrilled that you're still going to be with us.
Now I'm coming for Joe Brown. Coming for Joe Brown's longevity career.
Are you talking about Irv Brown?
Irv and Joe.
And on that note, PhD on 92.5.
Joe Brown.
Good. It's brought to you by Mountain High Appliance. There you go. That's you and Katie and Jermichael Green. Visit them at mountainhighappliance.com. All right, Dan Buds, Quince Tanner, second day of OTAs, or second week, rather. Let's football go.
Yeah, we talked about this with Jeff Legwold, guys, but the Broncos are doing a bit of a shakeup tomorrow for their press conferences. We'll hear from the coordinators, which means we'll get to hear for the first time as offensive coordinator, Davis Webb will be speaking to the media tomorrow. What are you guys most curious about when it comes to Davis Webb and being the new offensive coordinator?
You know, obviously there's a lot of things I'm really curious about that we won't know the answer to. How much autonomy do you really have? Did Sean already tell you there's going to be situations that he's going to want to be involved in? Those things I'm curious about, but there's no real answer to it. I guess maybe one thing that might give you insight into what his plans are. Davis, do you foresee that Bo Nix will have more freedom at the line of scrimmage based off the way that you are going to call plays this year than he previously has? And that will give you a lot of insight into, number one, the input that Bo Nix is going to have into the game plan, his trust in Bo Nix, and how that could be different than how Sean Payton did it.
Yeah, I'm just curious to hear his voice. I'm not lying. I've never really heard the guy talk. So I have no idea. They really kind of keep these assistants kind of,
sheltered.
Kind of. I mean, you don't really talk to them. You don't hear from them.
But I don't know. Are most teams like that? It's like
probably
head coach, O and D coordinators. They're the ones during the week you talk. I think it's pretty. You know what assistant coaches, the voiceless, are known for? They're the guys who talk to Leggy. They're the guys that talk to these guys.
They've cut back even on that. I bet if you asked, the access to even listen, just being around guys has been limited. That is what has happened in sports, by the way. They have really cut off access or times that you are just around guys. Right. I'm not saying Jeff doesn't have his own individual relationships. I'm sure he does. But I'll tell you this, it's harder than it used to be. Even when I started, being in with it more, I would talk to, Adam Gase or Mike McCoy or just some of the assistants all the time.
We'd go over in practice. I think you were over there one time when I was over there, and you'd sit there and talk to John Fox, and practice is going on.
John Fox was the best. So the secret with Foxy is he did not care about warm-ups at all, and he loved Lindsey Jones. So whenever you went out for the first 15 minutes, he was bored to tears by all of it. And he would just wherever. So we always just used to stand near Lindsay because he would just kind of, naturally go over to her. But he would spend 15 minutes just talking to us about whatever. He wouldn't even be watching what's going on out there. But there wasn't that many of us. And now it's just there's 1,000 people out there. And it just doesn't happen the way it used to. So that was insane, Tyler, how many media people were there last week. And I don't know if tomorrow's going to be the exact same. We'll be out there. We'll look at it. We'll see.
I bet it is.
But it was insane. It was crazy. And perhaps that is a good thing because the expectations for this team are kind of through the roof.
Yeah, you know what?
At least locally.
And listen, I'll go get off my lawn a little bit. It's good and bad. It's bad because I always felt, and Andy probably feels the same way, like when we used to do our shows, we didn't miss a day. Greeley or here, we were there all the time, and we do our shows there. And
Greeley was unbelievable. And you could sit down and have lunch with the players. Yeah. It was unreal.
And you could really, get to know them. And then for us as radio, then you could tell the stories, and we felt like we were passing on stuff to the fans that listen, this guy's really, really good.
Now you got to go through 3 different approval layers to request an interview as the guy's walking off the field.
If we ever want to get some great stories, you know who we should have on is G-Man from Lewis and Floor Wax and whatever. G-Man was the greaser, man.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, my God, Tyler. It was unreal because back in the 90s with radio, there was just so much money and there was so much crazy stuff going on there. G-Man would just walk in like Santa Claus every day. Players, the relationships he had.
And he'd always get them on Lewis and Floor Wax.
Oh, of course. Well, because he's sliding them $100 here, $200 there. This restaurant, I mean, not cash, but like
certificates.
Sure.
Yeah.
And the players, Tyler, it is the funniest thing to see you guys making a lot of money just be like, hey, man.
Hey, dog.
I want that
we
Del
still,
Frisco's
we
gift
still like
certificate.
gift cards.
No kidding.
Hey, when I first started, or it was early in my doing the television, and we would go down and get interviews. And usually your television, so you get the player of the game, the big star. When national broadcast was hardly ever around. And we were getting like the secondary guy every time. And the main guy of the game was going over doing radio, and I think Schimmel was doing it at the time, or Kingery. Kingery was actually doing the game at the time. And I was like, what's going on? Well, they were giving out $25 gift certificates to King Supers. and we were just trying to get an interview. Right? And he was,
that's all it took, huh?
So they were getting the A player every
for $25
game
at King
for
Supers.
a $25 gift certificate at King Supers.
I'll tell you, if you wanted to talk about the biggest change in sports and media over the years, at least local, the distance and separation between the athletes and the media is
it's too bad.
It's so different than it used to be.
It's helped create a mistrust.
I think that the thought is the teams will control our own media and message. But I think in my opinion, it's backfired. I don't think we get to know these guys as much or have the relationships.
There's never been a regime that is more reluctant to let you get to know these guys than the current regime. I mean, you get a free agent, no press conference.
Nothing.
You sign a guy and you got to wait 6 months before you can even meet the guy.
They used to, you get a free agent, you'd have the press conference, and then they would take him around for every, whether it was 1 or 2 or 3, depending on the years, sports shows that were around. They would be on this show, and they would come over to this show, and they would always do all the interviews, all the teams.
Always.
I mean, we used to get, and baseball was bigger back then, but dude, we got a player home games. We got players every game from the clubhouse.
Listen, it sounds like we're just complaining for our own purposes, but I'm telling you, it helped the audience and the fans know these guys better, and they don't do it anymore, and because I think they think, well, we'll just control our own message, and you can get to know these guys through us.
Our social media.
It's just not the same,
no,
man.
because
it just ain't the same.
Because you know what? You can't say damn accidentally.
Well, because they don't. When they do their interviews, it's always so stiff. They don't talk to the guys like the regular guys. But we would. But they don't let it happen hardly anymore. So you don't get that. Training camp, by the way, I mean, we'll be out there. We'll do it. We're excited for the whole thing. But you want to talk about something that is bizarrely different than it used to be. It used to be freaking amazing.
Yeah.
Every single day it was something. And now it's just like they can't wait for you to get out of there. And I don't know if the Broncos are any different than anybody else. They're all probably like that. Every team's probably the same exact way.
Yeah, because we would probably do our show, and we'd probably be alone out there for 2 hours. But that's just what you used to do, right? You'd get it. Our show would start. The practices most of the time would be just ending. You start the show with 3 or 4 dudes, and then you just sit out there while they're mowing grass for 2 hours.
You just wave them down.
Doing the show.
I did shows with Oren Lametta. We were on from 7 to 9 p.m. at night.
From there?
From Dove Valley in the tent from 7 to 9, and we would get people on.
Wow.
Well, because they used to, you were back in the day. The 2-a-day thing, that was nuts, the 2-a-day thing.
Mm-hmm.
And
at least we got an ice cream truck out of it.
You did get an ice cream truck. And later, I'll say this, training camp is a country club now compared to the way it was back in your day, Tyler. I mean, it's not even close to what you went through.
No.
I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing, but I mean, it is easy comparatively.
My first training camps that I went to, I want to say was when Wade Phillips started. I think he had just replaced Dan.
That's before my time.
Yeah, I think it just replaced Dan. And so you got to Greeley. But, dude, I'd stand as close to as Tanner is over there.
In Greeley, the media could walk between the fields during practice.
During practice, yeah.
You could eat with the football players, the Broncos, like in the cafeteria there.
They
really
give
in the
you,
dining halls.
if you wanted to spend the night, if you stayed for the late practice.
You stayed in the dorm?
I slept in the dorm a couple times.
I never did that. I just went back and forth.
No, I stayed.
You stayed in the dorm.
Stayed in the dorm.
Did you go down to the
Did you put the bed on the floor?
No, because it's just one day. Those tiny showers. I don't know how you guys got on them.
I don't know, but when I was in college, I couldn't fit in that tiny little bed, so I put the bed on the floor.
Would you go have a drink or two at the Smiling
Go to the
Giggling
Smiling Moose and have a few cocktails. Head back home, get in the dorm. Then get up and you'd have dinner with them. You have breakfast with the guys.
Nah,
Then you're out watch training camp.
No, now it's nothing like that. Anyways, whatever. We'll be out there tomorrow, one way or the other, telling you what's going on. Also, don't forget tomorrow at noon, Joe Sakic, this press conference. Can you believe it? We're having the season-ending press conference tomorrow. You remember when the Avs season ended?
Yeah, a bunch of games ago.
Memorial
seriously,
Day.
4 games
barely
ago.
feels relevant.
Well, I guess we'll get answers to those. I mean, who's injured? What's the degree of the injuries? What happened with Chris McFarland? Why are you why aren't you going to name another how long are you going to be the GM for? I mean, right? Am I missing something? I mean, those are the big ones, right?
What are you going to do against the salary cap?
Okay. Oh my God.
Well, they got $5 million.
Well, my brain will explode if I have to think about that. Tomorrow's going to be a huge day, man, and we'll talk about it all right here on PhD on 92.5. A reminder, FIFA World Cup starts tomorrow. Well, that. And if you want to watch some FIFA action with the United States, they take on Paraguay. Paraguay. Sponsored by Michelob Ultra. The action starts at number 38 this Friday, starting at 6:30. Michelob Ultra will be on site with a lot of fun and Ultra giveaways. Nate and Andy start broadcasting at 3 o'clock, so come on by and pregame and get ready to cheer on the U.S. men's national team. That's an awesome place to watch anything, but on these summer nights, they'll open up those garage doors, and that place will be packed and a lot of fun. And that's a great place. Number 38 will be outstanding. They're an amazing place. They have that huge TV outside, too, in the sand volleyball courts. And so there you go. USA. You got any plans?
6:30 on Friday.
Are you how into this are you, Mr. Soccer?
I don't have my complete schedule, but as you said, they start. Is today Wednesday?
Today is Wednesday.
They start tomorrow. So I was told by a good friend, I won't give his name, Jason Kosmiski, that if you really got to get in, you got to watch the games against teams that you don't know much about and you'll learn about. So
you got to do that.
There's somebody who's playing tomorrow.
Well, I think Mexico plays tomorrow.
Yeah. So and I've seen.
Are there two names on the roster that I'll know?
Christian Pulisic.
Okay.
Sorry,
okay.
I'm stumbling over that.
Well, the kid that plays for
he might be
Juventus, not Williams.
Tay is on the team. That's it. That's probably the only one.
Tim Weah. His dad was a big time Premier League star. He's on.
I thought his dad was like the president of a country.
He is now, yeah.
Like he went from being a pro soccer player to the president of a country.
Yeah.
He must have been a good soccer player.
I mean, it went a long way for him. So Tim Weah, but you won't know him. Pulisic is probably, you know that name, don't you?
I do.
Okay. Other than that, no, probably not. I mean, but those who are following soccer will know these guys. You'll get to know them. Watch the
listen, I'm not mocking it. I'm going to watch it. I'm definitely
I'm
glad that we have it in a period where the sports calendar is very light.
Watch the HBO documentary.
I hope they give us a reason to be invested for more than 10 minutes.
I do too. It would be a disaster for men's U.S. soccer to not get out of the qualifying round. It would be a disaster if they didn't do that with the game on home soil.
Tomorrow, Mexico, South Africa will start at 1 o'clock.
Oh, is that it?
Can you treat me like I'm an idiot because I am? What is the qualifying round and what do you have to do to get out of it?
Top two teams, group of four, round robin.
So you have four groups, four people in your play. You play the
everybody
other three.
Plays everybody.
Yep.
And it's a
top
point system for ties and wins.
Yep.
And whoever the top 2 point getters.
Okay.
I think it's 3 for a win and one for a tie.
Yeah.
Pretty simple. Top two. And then
who's in our group?
Then I believe goals scored or goals against is some sort of tiebreaker.
Paraguay, Australia, and I'm not sure the third.
Yeah, who is? I forget. But the games will play themselves out over the next couple of weeks for the U.S. in the qualifying rounds.
Where'd you say
And it's in North America, by the way. So there's games in Canada, U.S., and Mexico. It's a whole North America region. So in our game, first game there is at SoFi. Anyways, Nate and Andy out there to here we go. Thank you there, Dan-O, with the big screen.
Turkey, it looks like, is the other.
That's right. It is Turkey.
Turkey, right. And they're spelling the turkey weird.
They just beat Paraguay and Australia in some friendlies in the last month.
How many groups are there, Dan? Keep going down.
A, B, C, D.
What do we go to? Keep going all the way down. Go all the way down. We can count it. H, I, J, K, L. Oh, my gosh.
12.
Woo!
So
do 48 countries in this bad boy.
Don't they take one for each group and then the next 4 best?
Well, there you go. Positions 1 and 2 advanced to round of 32.
Oh, so you got like wild cards?
Looks like. Position 3, best 8.
Round 132. Okay.
Wait, hold on. The best from each group? I thought you said the top 2.
Well, let's think about it for a second.
Top 2.
So there's 12 groups, so 24
so 48 countries.
Right. So 24 advance.
No.
So you got to fill it out. So 8. You're right. There's 8 wild cards. You're right. There's 8 wild cards.
48, 32 advance, and then from the 32, they'll cut it in half to 16.
No, but in the knockout round. But Tyler's right. There'll be 24 that advance automatically, and then there'll be 8 wild card teams that also advance. Yeah. So you could come in third place in your group, theoretically, and still move on to the knockout round. And then we're in the group of 32. Now it's the NCAA tournament. Now it gets ranked based on whatever, and away you go. And the U.S., at least in recent history, the past 50 years, has not advanced past one round of the knockout round. So they've never been in, they've gotten to the round of 16 one time. Once. They haven't been beyond that. 8, Final Four, or, semis or championship. Haven't done that. So it's a hell of a thing to win this thing. And Spain is the number 1 ranked team going into it. Which is the group of death, Scott?
Is our group considered good? Do we have a chance?
Well, there's always they consider a group of death that every team is unbelievable.
Group L is pretty tough.
How do you know?
Because Panama's really good. England's, I think, a top 5.
How do you know Panama's really good?
Because I've been reading and watching stuff.
All right.
Croatia's always tough.
Serbia in this bad boy? We got Serbia?
France and Norway. Senegal, the Americans have beaten a few times.
We going to see Joker in any of these games?
Probably. Well, I don't know.
I don't know. Is Serbia in it? I'm scrolling. I don't see him.
I don't think so.
Would he care if it's not Serbia? I doubt it.
Yeah.
Anyways, soccer. There you go. It's KKSC, FM, HD1, Broomfield, Denver, Boulder. Scott, what is your prediction?
Bosnia's in there.
What is your prediction for basketball? Where do you think that's going tonight?
Knicks are going to have a chance to win, and I think San Antonio is going to have to do something superhuman to win it tonight.
Superhuman from San Antonio. So the Knicks are going to calm down a little bit.
Yeah, I think they'll calm down, but I think San Antonio's got to keep it close, make it a fourth quarter game, and then there's going to have to be something superhuman done late.
These are your Knicks, right, Tyler?
My Knicks, man.
They're your Wolves.
I love me some Timothy Chalamet. I love me some Spike. Love me some Eli Manning.
By the way,
you know who's going to be
talking about the Knicks?
Do you know
I thought you were talking about
do you know who's going to be there tonight? Did you hear who's going to be there tonight?
President Obama.
T-Swift.
Taylor Swift.
T-Swift in the house tonight.
Are they going to auction off her seat like Cleveland did?
Exactly.
Somebody just hoping to get a seat with a little Taylor butt sweat on it.
I assume Travis will be there too.
NFL news. Patrick Mahomes reworked his deal.
I saw that.
Once
another
again.
2 years.
What?
Added 2 more years to go through 2033. And so between 26 and 33, he'll make approximately $504 million.
And check it out.
Wow.
The contract essentially guarantees $504 million. He's got an opportunity to make up to, I think it was like 560 or 540, something like that.
How much less? Because is he on the $60 million year this year?
Yeah.
So he's pushing that money down the road. He'll get it, but he's gonna.
Well, he's gonna make $500 million in the next 8 years.
But he ain't gonna make 60 this year.
No, but $500 million over the next 8.
Oh my God! What are we doing?
What
are we doing? What does the 60 go down to? From 60 to what?
50.
Is that what it was?
On average, I think that's close to average, right?
So he saves him $10 million.
40, actually.
So he's 40. Well, that makes more sense that it's a bigger restructure to help the team out. $10 million doesn't feel like it would do a lot for you.
I'm going to give you the exact figure there, Darren.
Please do.
$20 million would be, you could do something with the $20 million.
Remember when he signed that first $500 million deal? Everybody was looking at it like, oh my gosh, what did they just do? It's the biggest deal in the history of sports. And then it turned out to be actually one of the smarter deals in the history of the NFL, the way they'd structured the whole thing.
Actually, it averages out to about 63 per.
What?
Yeah, 63 per.
So he's saving them money and he's still getting 63 per?
Yeah.
Oh my God. Nate's coming in here. I just feel bad for him.
Hey guys.
Could Mahomes, is there any active quarterback? Here's a no dumb question.
What's that?
Because we talked about Russell Wilson earlier. I heard you on Kreckman's show that there's probably been no more player that needs that 5-year grace period to wait for a Hall of Fame vote than Russ, especially in the last 4 years of how his career ended. Is there a player currently that is on track for the Hall of Fame that you could say, well, I can see there's a slip there?
Oof.
Like, could
So
Mahomes
who's the next
do
Russell Wilson?
Could Mahomes
The
do
next
anything?
Russell Wilson, yeah.
Could Mahomes do anything
No.
to
No. He's
hurt his chances ever?
No,
Yeah,
he
he's
will,
cemented.
he will be
Cemented.
a
Yeah, he's
unanimous first ballot guy.
Well,
So
who are
somebody who
who are the Hall of Fame quarterbacks active?
Josh Allen would be an example
I
of a
guess.
guy
Josh
that-
Allen, Jackson.
Josh Allen's not in the Hall of Fame.
He's got an MVP.
but he's not in the Hall of Fame yet.
Oof.
I think he is.
Really?
Josh Allen's not in
For
the Hall
what?
of Fame?
He won
Chip Kelly's there.
He's won an MVP.
Okay.
I mean, how many All Pros does the guy got?
I don't know.
I
but
mean, at that position, it's tough.
We don't have to win Super Bowls.
No.
Jim Kelly.
Yeah. You can go in without winning a Super Bowl. Sure.
Jim Kelly.
God, don't you got to at least be there? Don't
Jim
you at
Kelly.
least, what quarterback?
All right,
how
but hold
about-
on.
What
But to
quarterback?
Scott's point, hold on. You're talking about all the stuff he's done. What if the last 5 years of Josh Allen's career turned out like Russell Wilson?
And he gives the most annoying press conferences of all time.
Yes.
What quarterback is in the Hall of Fame who's not appeared in a Super Bowl?
Lamar Jackson.
He ain't in the Hall of Fame yet.
2 MVPs.
Okay, well,
But he'll be in.
no, who's in the Hall of Fame as a
oh.
quarterback who did not get to a Super Bowl?
Oh, get to a Super
Not
Bowl.
playing one. Oh.
Like Dan Marino played in a Super Bowl. He
I
did.
don't know.
One.
Whatever, he got there. Like, can you name a quarterback in the Hall
Fran
of Fame?
Tarkenton got to 4 but lost them.
4 or 3?
3 or 4.
Yeah.
I thought Kelly tied his record.
Dan Fouts, Warren
And
Moon,
Fouts. All right, there's a couple. That's
Warren
good.
Moon.
Sonny Jurgensen, and Fran Tarkenton.
I'll tell you the next one.
Fran got the well.
No, he didn't.
You know, he got the Super Bowls.
I
was
thought
in
he
Super
did.
Bowl
Oh, they
4.
went to 3. Yeah, they went to, but he never won one.
I'll give you a guy that
just
deserves
went
to
to.
make the
Went
Hall
to.
of Fame that did not make it to the Super Bowl. Phillip Rivers.
I
There
agree.
you go.
I think Phil's a Hall of
He
Famer.
deserves the Hall of Fame.
I
So
agree.
he's a Dan Fouts, Warren Moon.
Dan
Yeah,
Fouts and
go.
Yeah, put him
Warren
on the
Moon,
list.
they did not get to they did not get to the Super Bowl. That's good. So a couple. So there's a little precedent there.
Matt Ryan went to a Super Bowl. He won't be a Hall of Famer, though.
No, I don't think so.
Okay,
Well, there's
Fauci.
another guy whose career was
Yeah, but he's
on an upward trajectory and then all of a sudden just fell off.
Yeah.
Yeah, Rivers. Kelly didn't win. Tarkenton didn't win. And Marino didn't win.
Yeah, but Rivers didn't even get there.
Yeah.
How did those Chargers teams never make a Super Bowl? That's one of the biggest mysteries in
Well,
sports.
the one AFC Championship game that they played in, he played with a torn ACL, right? Rivers did?
Oh man, good memory.
Yeah. He went out there and he battled his way.
Well, I
he
mean,
gutted his way through
They
that
had
thing.
some squads, man.
Oh, they were good.
Yeah.
Loaded with talent, and they always came up short.
Listen, the Fouts teams were loaded with talent.
They were.
For a while, too, and they never got there.
And couldn't get it done. Okay, so who are the active quarterbacks right now that are slam dunk Hall of Famers? Mahomes, Lamar's a 2-time MVP. I think he's a slam dunk Hall of Famer.
Active. Josh Allen's a slam dunk.
Stafford's a slam dunk Hall of
Stafford's
Famer.
Aaron Rodgers.
Aaron Rodgers.
Aaron still active. You forget about that.
Right.
But he's a slam dunk Hall of Famer. And then
That might be it.
I tell you what, I say that Josh Allen is a Hall of Famer, but like I don't think that Tyler's point is
Joe
without
Burrow
merit.
a Hall of Famer?
Not yet.
Not
No.
yet.
Right.
Who?
No, Burrow.
No.
No,
He's
not
been,
yet.
He's been hurt too much. He did get to a Super Bowl though. He did do that.
He did. He needs,
but he's been hurt too much.
Yeah, there's more work to be done there.
Yeah.
On that resume.
He doesn't have an MVP. Like Lamar Jackson and Josh Allen have MVPs.
Yeah. Well, Burrows is on MVP track and gets hurt. I mean, when he stayed healthy, look at the numbers he's thrown up.
Right.
Stupid.
I mean, he
have been
could.
Dan Fouts type numbers.
Was it 2 years ago when Burrow should have won the MVP 2 years ago, but his team sucked.
They didn't make the playoffs.
Yeah, so he couldn't win it. Even though, like, you looked at his numbers and he was like, he's better than anybody.
Like
right now.
5,000 yards and,
Right,
and
right.
29-8 or something like that? Or?
Yeah, the numbers were good, and he absolutely deserved it, but he couldn't win it.
God, do you think he'll stay in Cincinnati for the prime of his career? Do you think they'll keep him somehow, some way?
I mean, he's their meal ticket, right?
Yeah, oh yeah.
Yeah.
I kind of feel bad for him if that's the case.
I have always made the argument he won't win a Super Bowl until he leaves.
Yeah, I'm right there with you.
Until he goes to a better franchise.
The fact that they even got there is a miracle.
I don't think you can win a Super Bowl with the Cincinnati Bengals. I don't think it's doable.
2 years ago, 24. You ready this for Joe Burrow? See if you remember this.
All right, give me the numbers.
4,918 yards,
That's a lot.
43 touchdowns,
Good God.
9 interceptions.
And that was the year. That was the year Allen won.
That's really
And they were 9-8 2 years ago, 24. Was that Lamar?
I think it might have been Allen 2 years ago, and then it was Stafford this past season.
Oh, that's right. Okay.
I believe so.
49-18, 49-9, 43-9, and you don't win an MVP? And your team was 9-8. I mean,
Yeah, but they weren't a playoff team. So because they came up short right there. Yeah, I'm looking at the list of MVP quarterbacks. I think you have to go back to 2016, Matt Ryan, before I would find one that I would say is not going to be a Hall of Famer. Cam Newton, 2015. Is Cam going to be a Hall of Famer?
Oh, my God.
oh, that's
He's a
another
fun
one.
debate, isn't
got-
he?
He's
got
an
the Super
MVP.
Bowl, but his career ended not in shambles like Russ's did as far as playing wise.
Yeah.
It just ended in shambles.
Probably not because it ended so poorly. But boy, when he was good, if that's the criteria, you're the best for a time during your time. Cam Newton was there.
Is this a backhanded compliment? He is the greatest Carolina Panther ever.
Is he?
He's better than Luke Kuechly.
Yeah.
Christian McCaffrey is pretty good for them.
Yeah, but
Christian McCaffrey's going in the Hall of Fame.
he will be in the Hall of Fame. But
What was
he
the
also
little
was
linebacker
so
they had?
injured they had to trade him. It was Kuechly.
Well, no, they had a little,
Kevin Green?
No, they had a little short.
Kevin
Steve
Green.
Smith.
Green's
Kevin
Steve
Green's
Smith,
in
the
the Hall of Fame.
receiver. Are you
Smith
thinking
was in-
about?
No, I thought they had a little
Oh,
linebacker, and he played there.
Kuechly.
No, little short black guy.
Are you thinking about Sam Mills?
Sam Mills.
Isn't he more
Yeah,
of a
but Sam
Saint?
Mills was a Hall of Famer elsewhere. Yeah, I think he
The
was a
Saints,
Saint where he made
but he
his name.
started at. I
He
think
did, but I think he's more of a Saint than a Panther. I know.
always
I think
of him
he's
as a
in the
Panther.
Hall of Fame. I think Sam Mills is.
Reggie
in the Hall of
White
Fame.
played there.
He did.
Everybody
That's
forget
right.
that.
That's
I
He
did
right.
forget
finished his
that.
career. Alfred Williams played there. Your boy
No, he
played
did not.
there.
He did not. Oh, New Orleans.
No,
No, Al
Alfred
didn't-
Williams
No, he-
finished in Carolina.
No, he did
No.
not.
I swear
No.
he had his last year
No,
in Carolina
Andy.
after he left
I know
Denver.
exactly.
He went to New Orleans and could never get healthy.
No, here's how he finished his career: leaving New Orleans Saints training camp in the middle of the night and calling his
Really?
agent to pick him up, and not being there.
Peace
the
out.
Do you guys know that story? Oh, it's one of
All
the
right,
great
can I
Alfred
ask
stories of
you
all
a
time.
question?
Sure.
I heard this story. I just need to know
What?
if I should ask it on the air. It's one of the
Well, now you've
funniest-
got to.
Okay. Did he tell you all week one time he was going to Italy?
Yes.
And when you asked him if he was in Italy on Monday, all he did was send you a picture of a pizza?
That is absolutely 100% correct.
He just sold you on it?
It's pretty damn funny right now.
Alfred used to tell us before he went on vacation, he was going to 3 or 4 different places. So when he actually left, we were not sure where he was going to go. He said Italy. To prove it, he sent us a picture of a pizza.
Now, see, it sounds so
That's
funny.
it.
Now,
No,
to be
just-
fair, if I were you,
just a piece of-
trying to figure out if my partner was showing up to the show today, I'd probably be mad as
I can
hell.
top it.
Okay,
I can top it. We were
Was the picture, was it like a margarita pizza from Naples,
Yeah.
or was it just like a Domino's?
It was.
Yeah,
It wasn't.
I mean, a blackjack with the blackjack box,
Right.
no less.
A tombstone.
We studied the pizza for evidence like that.
Okay.
And we could. It was just like a round pizza. It was nondescript.
Oh,
and
my gosh.
there was no box.
So
There was, there was
yeah.
nothing.
Oh, he was smart about it.
The funniest one, we were doing guys flight out. We're going to Vegas. We're on the air later that day. He sends us a photo. We're set up in Vegas. The photo he sends us, because he's not on the plane. Welcome to Salt Lake City is what he sends us. And we're like, we don't know if he's. And sure enough, like as the intro music for the show is starting, here comes Alfred walking down the Rio gaming room to, be on the air. It's
Okay.
stuff like that with Alfred.
That's entertaining, to say the very least.
Oh my God, everything with Alfred was just.
And I'm not trying, I can understand if this was
The picture of the
incredibly
pizza
frustrating
was-
for the
was-
guy trying to get
Oh,
a show
no.
ready.
No,
but
no. You know what?
The pizza one always made me laugh because it's just like
I'll give you one more, one quick one. Another guy's flight out, and I was really new to the station and trying to do the right thing. We lived a mile from each other. I made a mistake of agreeing to drive with him to the airport, which I will never do again. We get to Concourse B, and he goes, let's have some breakfast. But not let's just get a quick bite. Let's sit down and
Sure.
order, like, an omelet. I'm looking at my watch like the plane's going in like 15 minutes. We're going to have brunch? Okay. We get off
Wait,
the
you're
brunch.
in the airport at
We're
this
in
point?
Concourse B.
Okay, all right.
We go down to our gate. Oh, we're actually in Concourse C
Oh, no.
as it's loading. Like, we're like, oh, it's loading now. Let's go. So we're looking like OJ, like in the rental car
The old Hertz
commercial.
commercial.
And I'm running my ass off. I don't want to be, I'm new, whatever. Alfred gets about 20 feet and goes, I'll get the next flight.
Just
I
stop.
run, unbelievable in the world of Alfred, who's my man. The plane was delayed. So he comes walking in there, sauntering like a hero.
And you sprint through the airport.
Looking at you like you're the moron.
And I'm like, I'm never going with you to the airport again. I'll see you there, my man. That sort of thing. He's the best. You
got to be on time.
So, boy, some of these stories we could tell.
Can I give you one last one?
Why not?
One last one.
It's summer radio, baby.
We're at the Super Bowl in Miami. It's 3:00 in the morning. We might have been gig, the entire night. And we just had that, sort of the munchies sort of deal. We sit down at a diner. We order. They're bringing us the food. He goes, I don't feel good about this place. And we have to leave. We leave. I'm with Brandon Cristal, and I had sobered up. I was the sober one, and we had a car. And I was like, I just wanted like a ham sandwich or whatever. We get in the car. He goes, man, I could go for a pizza. And I had seen a pizza place. And I'm like, hold on a second. Brandon and Alfred fall asleep in the car. I go to the pizza place. It takes about 15 minutes. I bring back the pizza. They're asleep in the car. And I go, hey, guys, here's the pizza. We call it the magic pizza story because can you imagine in your life, you say out loud, I'd like a pizza, you close your eyes and you open your eyes and there's a pizza.
It's pretty good.
It's just like magic pizza. Like, here it is.
Did he eat it?
Of course he ate it.
Okay, all right.
Of course he ate it.
By the way, here's something I never found out.
It's the best.
So one of the fun stories from Kreckman and Lindahl is when I told him the famous night where I had Jeff Garcia, my friend, for about 5 minutes. Because we were at Super Bowl, whatever it was, with the Bucks and Raiders. And I'm hanging with Doc. Remember our man David Diaz-Infante?
Of course.
So we're out there. He knows everybody. Knows the entire NFL. I'm in the Madden party, the EA Sports Madden party. I go to some other party. It's the first time I met Peyton Manning. There's a picture somewhere of me between A-Rod and Peyton Manning as I'm just trying to blend into the wall and not get kicked out of this place. I don't know how we got in here. And Manning stops in mid-conversation. He's like, who are you? And I go,
to you?
Yeah. I go, I'm Andy. He goes, hey, Andy. Went back to this conversation with A-Rod. But
hashing out their $1 million
I
contracts.
don't know. I was just trying not to get kicked out of here. I'm like, there's no way I'm allowed to be up where I am. The bouncer tried to stop me, and Doc literally grabbed the back of my shirt, lifted me over the bouncer's arm, and said he's with us, and we went in.
There you go.
We were out gone all night. It was kind of like you. Like, it was me, Stink, Jeff Garcia shoeless in his girlfriend's apartment complex.
Wow.
Sneaking up and down, trying to get this damn couple from the other side of the hall to reopen their door because that's where our shoes were. We go into this party.
I'm sorry, who's there?
It was Jeff Garcia's girlfriend's apartment complex.
So
I don't know
who's
it was their party. I don't know.
Who's looking for their shoes?
Me, Jeff, and Stink. I'm with two all-pros in my tippy toes. We're like all the little cats. You know, remember in Looney Tunes where they all do the tippy toes and you get the little high piano key sound?
Yeah.
That was us. Try not to wake up half the building.
That's all right.
And finally, I'm like, I got my stupid Nextel walkie-talkie phone in this. So I just start wailing on the door until they open it up and let us have our shoes back.
That's amazing.
Because the party started there and they made us take our shoes off.
That's
crazy. And then we went across to the other place. And all hell broke loose there, too. And all I wanted to do was get back home, go to bed. Anyway, we get home at 4 in the morning. Stink had to break into the valet box to get my rental car keys.
Wow.
So I could drive back to the Breakers where we were staying, because he's in the ESPN hotel.
Yeah, of course.
And then you guys on the locker room call me at 6 a.m., I don't know what the hell's
Locker.
going on.
Wow,
I don't
going
even know
back to
how
KVPI?
Stout and Willie called me.
Oh my God, that's
and you're
crazy.
like, we heard you had a great time last night. I was like, who the hell did you hear it from?
That
I haven't
is
even told
right.
anybody yet.
That's
it
funny.
just wrapped up 2 hours ago.
Oh my Lord.
You don't remember calling me? How did you find out we were raging all night?
I have no idea. That's
You had me on the air, and then you hang up, and Don Martin calls me and threatens my life and my job if I don't get some guests on KOA then. Oh, I'm glad you're Mr. Man About Town at the parties, but if I don't hear some guests on my radio station, I'm not paying for your flight home, and I hope you find a job in San Diego.
memories. The memories that Nate.
That's brutal.
That's funny.
Oh, and then, well, you want the best thing? I didn't know, to your Alfred thing, it's why I relate to it. I didn't know where Doc was. We were going on the air at 1 o'clock their time because it's San Diego. I don't know where my main host is. Stink has to go do ESPN. My PD already hates me, and I think I'm going to be the one opening the show because I'm not sure. I'm calling him. I'm texting him. I got no response. And like you're showing up at the gate, he literally sits down at 1:59 as if nothing's the problem. Here I am. Let's do a show. Bro, I ain't seen you in 24 hours. We lost you. I don't even know where we lost you, but we lost you. I couldn't even tell if you were still alive. I thought maybe you were with Barrett Robbins off in Tijuana. I got no idea. I saw my whole career flash before my eyes, and then on top of it, we had the Coors Light twins waiting to come and talk to us.
Yeah, there's
The
something.
Coors Light twins.
Remember them?
I do.
Hey, Nate, just
And I did ask Doc. Doc goes, "What are you gonna ask? What are we gonna ask him?" And I go, "I don't know. How's it to be hot and then a beer commercial? I don't know."
Andy, I did send Nate a couple texts last night.
Oh, he did.
Because I hate Cubs fans. I love Nate, but
We're good. We're good people.
But I just could
I think
not.
we're some of the best
I
people.
had to send Nate a text because I cannot believe how bad his team actually is.
They suck.
you know what's
Dude,
funny? I saw
they
that
suck.
score.
Oh my God.
We were
They
at the
suck.
Jimmy Eat World concert. I saw the final score and I go, man, Nate's team really does suck.
They do.
Hey,
I've
Nate,
been
hey,
telling
Nate,
you. You
all
didn't
right,
believe me?
Andy,
Look, I
7-3.
tried to be a friend and tell you to
Andy,
be okay. It's
the
not going to be okay.
the
Your team's
score-
terrible.
The score wasn't that close. It was 7-3. The game wasn't that close.
All right. So let me.
I kept waiting for Jimmy to Eat World to come out. I'm like, the Cubs got to score something, don't they?
Well,
I
they did
guess
eventually,
won't.
but it was garbage. It was nothing.
Let me tell you how bad that team is.
Oh my God. And they got so many good guys.
I'm losing interest. Like
He
I'm,
doesn't want to go.
I'm losing.
He told me that.
I don't even want to go this
He
week.
told me.
And let me tell you. Let me give
just
you
be tonight, I guess.
just a snapshot of why I'm losing the interest. Okay.
Week into my life.
Okay.
The bases loaded last night.
Oh my God.
In the fourth inning.
With Bregman up.
Alex Bregman, who the Cubs puked $175 million on.
One out.
Which, by the way, they should have done it last year when he was still productive, but instead he was in Boston
But they waited.
and Ricketts was being cheap. Then they get to this year, they let Kyle Tucker walk off to L.A., and then they finally give Bregman the money, and he's fallen off a cliff. He gets a hanger, a freaking hanger from Tomo Sagano, okay? $175 million. Crush that thing into oblivion. Smoke that thing into a gap or hit it in the damn seats.
At least drive into the run.
And that scrub hits a weak fly ball to left field.
Too shallow.
Ooh, a sack fly.
Oh, yeah, he got it right.
Way
He
to
did.
go.
That's true, yeah.
It was so lame. And you're at Coors Field. And
then comes Swanson.
And I like Tomo Sagano. In fact, I'm even advocating for him to make the All-Star team. Let's all be honest. He's not that good.
Oh, he is definitely not that good.
But
he gets outs, though.
But he gets out.
He does.
He's kind of got some dark arts. And I'm arguing for him to go to the All-Star game because he has a sub-4 ERA.
Yeah.
I give him a little bit of credit. But that's just that team. Like Dansby Swanson, Alex Bregman, Edward Cabrera, who they went out of their way to trade for this offseason, sucks. Every move they made, I don't know how the hell that team was ever 27-12. They're a game over right now. Their run differential went negative as of last night.
Your boy PCA is a head case too, man.
PCA he's
a lot of talent.
He's a slugger with no on-base ability. That changeup that he struck out on last night from Jaden Hill. What the hell are you swinging at? My God,
Andy,
I
feel bad for him.
I hate that team so much right now.
Yeah, you should.
I should, and I do. And last night, I'm sitting there watching the thing. I'm building Legos with my 5-year-old, and I'm just like, I'm going to pay way more attention to this.
And yet you didn't.
Than anything that's, because every time I looked up, it was just another lame it bat.
Because you
with
told
a
me.
weak
You
ground
told me you were going to be
ball.
locked in on something else, and you weren't.
So when I reached out to you when it was hopeless for the Cubs, was that just salt in the wound right at that
Oh,
moment?
no, I knew. I'm down to discuss it. More than anything, DMac, I was like, hey, my buddy wants to talk baseball with me. I'll complain about baseball for days, okay? It's one of my favorite pastimes.
I just couldn't believe how bad they were.
Yeah.
Like, it's
a bad team. Colin Ray sucks.
Now, hold on. You guys were the hottest team in baseball
We were.
for a while.
We were.
Because the
We had
talent.
2 10-game win streaks.
Dude, they have the talent. On paper.
Here's what's insane too is like they're in this historically bad run. Joe, I think it was Joe Sheehan that just documented this the other day. They're in this like historically bad run of hitting with runners in scoring position, which only continued as of last night. They're getting guys on. Like, the opportunities are there. They're a good on-base team. Like, Counsell is a good manager. Their approaches are generally good. They get base runners. They take walks. They don't swing at crappy breaking balls generally. It's just when the meatballs get served up, they're all just, they got their heads up their rears.
Andy,
Hit the ball.
Can I give you something, too? The Rockies were coming off a 4-game stretch.
I remember.
Where their bullpen was historically, over a 4-game span, the worst ever in Major League Baseball.
Yeah.
And I'm like, well, here it is. You're up by 4. It's the 8th inning. Here's where the Rockies blow it.
Nope.
Honestly, that's what I thought. I was like 7-3.
I was too.
And it's the 8th.
Coors
Bullpen should
Field,
be coming in. That'll be that.
Coors Field.
But they had been historically bad.
I said to my 5-year-old, who I'm raising him right, at 3-0 last night, I said, this game's over. They're done. And this wasn't me being fatalistic. This is just me knowing what I'm looking at. Nope. I don't care what ball. They could be playing on the moon. This team can't score more than 5 runs in a game.
The Cubs, you probably already know this. The Rockies bring up Cole Carrick, who, by the way, might be really great.
It's fun.
He hits a triple, like his third at bat, and then he walked somebody. Jeff Houston said it's the second time ever in MLB history somebody has tripled and walked in the same game in their debut, which is a weird stat.
Really?
Okay, I'll take your word on that one.
They got one for everything.
That's a good one.
But all of a sudden, you're seeing the Rockies be really exciting last night. Really, Hunter Goodman hitting his 18th homer as a catcher. A debut guy hitting a triple where he had the third fastest from first to third base of the entire year in baseball. Senzatella, who was terrible, is working the 8th, fine. Closing out with Jaden Hill, who sucks, by the way, and closes the team out. And you're like, we own these guys.
Yep.
And by the way, Andy, it's nothing but Cubs fans in the stadium.
Oh, I know.
It was packed last night.
I know.
With
It's
Warren
unreal.
Schaefer saying how pissed off he is that we have to live through this.
Yeah.
Well,
And you still lost.
dude, it's amazing.
It's
Jay,
amazing.
you know, I remember Jaden Hill. He's the one that came in with Kyle Freeland's like, can I just hold on to 1-run lead? Oh, nope, I can't.
No,
There
he
goes
can't.
8 straight. This game's over.
He is not good.
No, I know. I saw it. I witnessed it Sunday.
By the way, the Rockies, you got to trade Senzatelli, you got to trade Moniak, and you got to trade Tovar.
Listen, you got to trade anybody they call you about. Anybody wants your guys, trade them.
Not everybody.
No,
Not
trade them all.
Dolander. Not
Well,
Dolander.
not
That's it.
Dolander, not Caros,
Nah,
not...
you can have them.
Oh,
No.
Dude, if anybody offers you a dime for Kyle Caros, you ship him out. Are you kidding me?
You got to have some... listen,
You don't
I'm
need
not going to get
anything.
into semantics, but
You don't need anything.
The guys who are doing good, especially like Moniak for sure.
Oh, yeah.
Oh,
when
you
he
better
gets
move him.
healthy.
With Hunter Goodman, you sell as high as you can right now.
You would sell Hunter Goodman?
Oh, God, yes. Oh, yes. Now you need a haul
I don't know
for
about
him,
that.
but you sell as high as you can. You don't just move him. No, it's got to be like we need 2 of an organization's top 10 prospects and a major leaguer ready to rock.
I don't know if I'm willing to go there with Hunter.
Oh,
You know
I
what
would
else
do
I
it.
want to see? I want to see a deep Podesta trade. I really do.
That's a good point.
Because that's another thing
See what
that'll
he
tell
comes
me.
up with.
Yeah, just
What's
Well,
it look like?
It'll
Hey,
definitely
listen.
be Senzatella. Senzatella will definitely
Well, no,
be getting
that's
But here's
fait
another
accompli.
reason why I wouldn't mind a top prospect. I want to see a Nolan type deal. You want to know why? I want to see what you get this time because I promise you, it's not going to be Austin Gomber
They don't have
and
a
not
Nolan
even one of their
player.
top 3 prospects coming back.
You don't
I
have
can
any,
promise
but
you that.
You don't have anybody like
No,
that.
I understand
on
that,
the
but you know
team.
what I'm saying? I bet you'll get a real return. I bet you will get some actual interesting prospects to put into the farm system versus we'll take Austin Gomber and none of your top three guys.
Charlie
Come
Condon and Zach Veen have actually been killing it down in
Last thought.
So.
If the Cubs can't beat Michael Lorenzen tonight,
who might be the worst starting
Then
pitcher
what?
in
What
baseball.
happens?
No, do you know how bad he is, Andy?
Oh, yeah, I do.
He's the worst starting pitcher in baseball.
Yeah. He's trying to find a way to get the same arm injury the other guys got so he can go on
Well,
the
he ain't
68
skipping
DL.
arm day.
Well, no. Who got hurt 2 weeks ago?
Quintana.
And you had said he's going to go talk to Quintana to see if he
It just
can
goes
do
to
What
show
do I got to do?
Hey,
what
it
stretch
goes,
did you
It just
use?
goes to show you being physically and fit in baseball does not even matter.
Doesn't
He does
matter.
have Popeye arms, doesn't he?
He's in great shape.
Jacked.
The guy isn't maybe the best.
Although he's got the biceps.
It
more
doesn't
than
matter.
the-
He sucks. He's terrible. His best was in March pitching for Italy.
Real quick to bring this, I guess it is local. Is there a small? I ask.
Yeah, you're right. If they lose this game, Nate. Okay, sorry.
We were just talking Rockies, and Andy was like, "We need to get back to our contact."
No. Well, I was going to go to local because apparently you said all the Cub fans are there last night. So I don't know. Is there a small part of you that's glad you're not stressing this? Like when I rewatched a little of the hockey game last night, I'm going, I'm so glad I'm not. There's a small part of me.
Well, you know,
Yes,
Carter
I
Hart
wish the
Hart
Avs were
sucks
there.
now.
I know.
Yeah,
I wish. Oh, I knew it would happen. I wish the Avs were in it. Yes, but there's a part of me going, I'm so glad I'm not stressing these games. I'm just enjoying them.
Oh no, Andy, come on.
Are you kidding me? If we were choking up four-goal leads and nothing's safe and you don't know what's reality and nothing's
you're
there's
happy.
a small part
you're
of
happy
me.
they're not in the
There's
final.
No, ultimately I want the cup, but there is a small part of me relieved to be done with that. I don't want to be him. I was him. Did you just hear that? That was me 2 weeks ago. Now it's like summer. I'm going to concerts. We're having fun.
Yeah.
And he's at home building Legos, trying not to rage throw something across the room.
I got to be honest. I'm pretty much there, dude. I'm pretty much there with this, with that team. Yeah.
Right?
Which it is, to your point, it is when you give up, like it's disappointing when your team loses in the postseason. It's not exactly like a one-to-one comparison, but when you do give up on a team,
life is easier.
It is you lighten your load a little bit in life, right?
Dude, I'm telling you, I don't think there's anything that causes me the kind of angst and lack of sleep. Like losing a Stanley Cup playoff game just hits different.
It irks.
And
yeah.
you are a ball and like at least with the Nuggets, we talked about this. There's runs. There's a chance to like breathe. You know what I mean? In hockey, and both Vegas and Carolina are living this life right now. You get one goal, you're not sure you're going to get another, and sometimes you end up with 5, or you think you got to say 3 or 4 goal lead, and no, you don't.
You know what's so funny is I had this realization the other night. Okay, I'm laying in bed, and most nights Abby falls asleep before I do, and then I'm like, okay, it's quick pitch time. I'm over to MLB Network. I'm watching my girl Abby Labar. Giving me the baseball highlights, okay? I love Quick Pitch. It's the best highlight show on TV. And the other night I flipped it on and I was like, God, when was the last time I even put on Quick Pitch? And then I was like, oh, yeah, I haven't been putting it on because the Cubs have been losing every night.
There's no highlights to
watch.
watch.
The moment they put Cubs highlights on, I'm just going to get pissed and I'm trying to fall asleep. And like every fan knows that feeling. When your team loses an important game, you're flipping through channels and you're like, Sports Center, get the F out of here. I don't want to watch this.
I know.
I don't need to be reminded.
That's the worst part about a bad loss. You don't get to enjoy the highlight shows.
No, nothing's fun when your team loses.
Broncos do that. I'm not checking out NFL Network.
Totally.
I'm not hanging out for ESPN.
Absolutely.
I don't care if Chris Berman's face is ever on my TV.
Yeah, you're like, I don't need to know what happened today.
I knew what happened.
Yep.
And it sucked.
Exactly. Now your team wins.
Oh, you're watching them all.
Like, oh, man, I'll be here for 2 hours.
What do you mean it's the repeat and it's midnight? I'll watch it again.
Give me those highlights again.
Where's that Marvin Mims around the corner touchdown?
I know that feeling. It is the Kreckman and Lindahl Show. Happy Wednesday, everybody. Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
Hey, guys, Andy Lindahl here for Wahoo Fish Taco. Look, if you're looking for lunch, maybe tomorrow. If you're looking for lunch any day of the week, really, Wahoo's Fish Taco is the place. It's great at lunch. They've got a great patio, great time to hit the patio if you need to. Of course, look, I was out at Red Rocks last night at a concert. It's a beautiful evening, great patio time at dinner. And tonight, kids eat free. You need something to do with your kids? Go on over to Wahoo Fish Tacos. Kids eat free on Thursdays. You can take advantage of happy hour. They've got a great happy hour. They got some great margaritas. Go on in there and take advantage of it. I love their chips and queso. You get the blackened fish tacos, the blackened chicken. They've got ceviche. They've got a lot of great offerings for you over at Wahoo Fish Tacos. Fresh made salsas. You can use the salsa bar. Put it all right there. I'm just telling you, it's a great place to stop by and get a little food any time of day. And again, tonight, Thursday, kids eat free, so go and check them out. I like the Park Meadows location. You usually find me and Jeff Legwald there once a week. But go and check it out. Any of their 4 metro area locations at Wahoo's Fish Tacos.
Kreckman and Lindahl, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. We are with you today until 6 o'clock on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5, and we are inviting you to kick off, Andy, the FIFA World Cup 26 with Michelob Ultra, USA Paraguay. The action starts at number 38 this Friday, starting at 6:30. Loeb Ultra is going to be on site with a lot of fun and Ultra giveaways. And Nate and Andy, I love those guys. They're going to broadcast starting at 3 o'clock. So come by pregame, get ready to cheer on the U.S. men's national team out at number 38. If I can just also step back for a moment and tell you guys, okay? Number 38, we do a ton of stuff out there. We love that place. Great. But Andy, I am pumped for this because we're talking about number 38 in the summertime.
How about that?
Outdoors.
Greatest patio.
Great patio. The garage doors are going to be open. It's going to be a party. And we'll have Team USA in action on Friday night against Paraguay. It's going to be great. So get out to number 38. It's one of the best bars in Denver, in a fantastic outdoor space, indoor, outdoor. It's all going to be combined. Should be a beautiful night on Friday night. Andy's going to be hosting the watch party. We'll be doing the show starting at 3 o'clock.
We have giveaways.
Great food, great beer. Again, go down there, drink some Michelob Ultra responsibly as always, and take in Team USA coming up here on Friday night. That should be a really, really fun event, and we hope to see all of you out there for that one. Andy, another wildly entertaining hockey game last night.
Yeah. All right.
It's the series that doesn't quit.
I've been waiting to ask you.
Okay.
Where does the Stahl goal, the game winner, where does that rank?
Well,
does that count as stupid? He was trying to get it towards the net, but I thought it was funny because he whiffed and then somehow saved it.
That's what's funny about it, is the whiff, I think, made Hart go down.
Yeah, he reacted to that.
And then it was he just waved the blade of his stick at the thing, and it just chipped it up over his head. That one, I got to be honest with you, that one didn't anger me at all like the end of Game 3. Was there good fortune? Of course there was, but also, Carter Hart had a pretty damn good look at that thing, and he just watched it flutter over him.
I know. This series has been nuts.
Yes.
For just wild goals like that is what I'll put it.
And it's crazy, too, because, think of that look that Jack Eichel got with, what was it, a minute and a half to go or whatever it was, off the face-off. And he just sailed the thing. He went full Brock Nelson and just missed the goal altogether.
Oh, they're coming for him.
Yeah.
The Vegas athletic department, the athletic media site, has had plenty to say about how much more they need out of Eichel.
They do. Because he hasn't done it. He's been snake bitten. He hasn't done enough in this series. He absolutely has not. And we're tied at 2 games apiece. But again, it's a 2-0 goal. How does Mark Stone always get breakaways?
Because I just think
that was the second one he got in the game. His first one got saved.
I'm starting to wonder if they just think he's the old guy, he can't move, and then the next thing you know, he's out in front. We saw with the Avs, and you can't catch him.
They're not
it's like you forget about him or something.
They don't look like McKinnon breakaways. They're like crafty breakaways. Yeah. He just sneaks his way in there, and hey, I'm behind the defense.
He just reads
boom.
the play. He's like the smart guard that knows that shot's off.
Yeah.
I'm heading the other way because it's our rebound.
It's like as much in a sport with offsides rules, as much cherry picking as you can do, he figures out how to do it.
He just knows when to get out there.
Yep.
And again, I think he's sneaky fast where guys think I'll run him down and then you don't.
Mm-hmm.
He's got that breakaway because I see the net kind of speed.
Right.
The old legs start to feel a little different when he gets that free ice.
Brett Howden scored his 14th goal of the playoffs last night.
Playoffs?
And but Jordan Stahl gets the game winner, and Carolina
Is it Howden and Stahl staring at each other for the Conn Smythe?
I still think it's Marner's to lose.
Okay.
I would still say that. I know he didn't score a goal last night, but I still think it's his to lose. Well, really, it's probably between Stahl and Marner. Freddie Anderson's out of the conversation now. That's Brendan Bussey's net all day long. And I think Logan Stankoven would he'd like a thing to say in this discussion as well. But yeah. That's what we're looking at for the Conn Smythe. Again, crazy entertaining hockey game, tied up at 2 games apiece. This Andy, this thing has all the looks of it's obviously it's going at least 6, but it very well could be going 7, and I'm glad.
Did you hear Tort's comments last night after the game? Listen, if you want to know what to do to the Avs, and you can talk about coaching all you want, and I get it, guys. I understand the frustrated fans that want to write in and just rage. Go ahead. You know what? Matter of fact, that is what our text line is here for. If you need to get it off your chest, get it off your chest. But sooner or later, you got to have a guy that's going to stand in there because, again, when asked about Stahl, Torts basically said, and it's not his style, but he said, that guy is killing us. Mm-hmm. He's killing us in front of the net. We can't seem to ever get him out of the way. Again, I know I harp on these little things all throughout the hockey season. This is why.
Yeah.
This is why. Mm-hmm. What are they doing that the Avs didn't? Well, they're taking away. They're making Carter Hart uncomfortable. And the Avs never did that.
Yeah, he's back to looking a little bit mortal so far here in this series. And let's be honest, both teams are kind of white-knuckling it with their goaltending now.
I don't know. I'm not sure. Are they going to stay with the goalie decision? I keep forgetting who the other guy's name is. But
Brendan Bussey and Frederick Anderson. It was Bussey in the net last night to get the victory. Mm-hmm.
I mean, you won, but do you feel great about it? I don't know.
Hey, 5-3, you'll take it. You'll take it every. I would.
They just won 2 more dang wins.
You keep rolling with Bussey. By the way, that was the first 2-goal game in the series.
How about that?
That was it. It is wild what we have gotten to watch so far in the Stanley Cup Finals. It has been absolutely fantastic. Really good hockey. Of course, you listen to it right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. We'll take a quick break. When we come back, Andy, Texas Tech is talking.
Oh, good.
They are.
We all can't wait to hear.
And they think you're all being really unfair about all of this. Okay.
Well, these people have chosen to live in Lubbock, Texas. So
it's not an issue of Brennan Sorsby betting on his own team. The issue is all of us.
Gotcha.
We'll play that audio next.
Guys, Andy Lindahl for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Matter of fact, I was just in there today. If you want to see Jeff, who runs the clinic, I'm going to throw him up on Instagram there. You can see what he looks like and talk to him. Now, I went in there and I talked to him a little bit about peptides, and that's something I'm going to be looking at maybe starting up here in a minute as I try to get a little of my bulk back after getting through the GLP-1 and losing some stuff. But if you're dealing with ED, I would recommend that you go and talk to them. Nobody wants to talk about the problem of erectile dysfunction. I know that, and certainly some of you write in after I talk about it on the radio, but if you want to get some great, excellent advice, you go into the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. You want great treatment options, go to the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. That first visit, $99, includes a medical consult with a Colorado licensed medical provider. I talked to Matt today, a TNA PSA test, and a medically advised test dose. And if the test dose doesn't work in the office, your visit's free. You get your blood results here in about 30 minutes. They look for what they need to, and that's when they decide you're fit for the test dose or not. They have 5 locations in Colorado to serve you in Fort Collins and the Springs, a great location in Castle Rock. They're in North and Central Denver. I was at the Central Denver office today. But if you want to get back to feeling your old self, get ready to have the confidence back so you can maybe get that relationship going again, it's the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. They've helped guys for a long time. They'll help you. 720-440-7900 or RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Hey, it's Nate Kreckman and Andy Lindahl. Mangonada.
Nobody does a live like them. Mangonada. Oh, sure, could say it now.
You just crushed it. That was fantastic.
Well, we may have to crush some coming up. What is it, next week, right? We're hanging out there?
Yes.
I'm going to be out hanging out Friday. We
At
got
number
another one
38.
coming up next week. Mangonada.
Yeah, we'll be a week from Thursday, a week from tomorrow. We'll be out at El Patillo, 19th and Market. So come hang out with us then.
Someone will be drinking some Mangonada.
We were just promoting that. I hope to be drinking some Mangonada.
What is it? You had that before?
I've never had a Mangonada.
Well, buckets for everybody.
But now I'm excited to have one. I can promise you that.
Should we make the keyword Mangonada?
We should.
And VMC Palomas?
And
do you like a Paloma? You should.
Oh, yeah,
the
why
answer
not?
is yes,
okay,
Nate.
yes.
At
yes,
least
I
until
do.
Friday of next week, it's hell yeah.
Yes, I do. Okay, Andy. So I don't know if you've been following what's been going on in college football that's been enraging everybody. In fact, I know you have because we've been talking about it here on our very show. But today, Texas Tech is on their, well, actually, Brendan Sorsby is a good guy and we should all be nicer tour. And Kirby Hocutt, who is their AD, he put out a statement, in fact, in which he said, hey, this kid is getting punished, but we should all be there to support him. I want to read one section here in specific. I've heard the word integrity used a great deal in the last 48 hours. As someone who has dedicated his career to college sports, I too believe integrity is central to our industry's success. Let's step back for 1 second and let's just point out, okay? Andy, I love college sports, okay? I know you love college sports as well. You and I both worked in college sports for many, many years.
And enjoy watching it on the tube.
If there is a word that I would never associate with college athletics, it's integrity.
Yeah.
Okay?
Yeah.
So we can just slow down a little bit on that, okay?
Just pump the brakes.
Okay? There's no such thing as loving college athletics and thinking I am watching the purest form of competition.
Anybody thinking we're being too harsh about this, remember, this is the institution, college athletics, that once had a gentleman's agreement that didn't even make it to the start of the gentleman's agreement before they broke it. When we had the old conference partnership.
Mm-hmm.
Well, who was that, ACC and the Big 12 or something like that? Pac-12 and
ACC, Big 10, Pac-12.
Yeah,
the Alliance.
The Alliance.
Yes.
We're all going to play each other, and then that thing
Yes.
broke up as soon as the Big 10 was like, oh, no, never mind. We've got a lot of money coming in. We don't need you.
You got Teresa Gould out there complaining about everybody that left the Pac-12 and how there's no integrity in college athletics.
Yeah.
And then she snaked a bunch of teams out of the Mountain West to go and join her league because they had a bunch of leftover money sitting around in the coffers because of court battles.
Yeah.
And apparently it wasn't enough just for Washington State and Oregon State to be able to split. But no, tell me how it's unfair what everybody else is doing right now. Let's see. I want to add to this. He says, I also think integrity applies on more than one front. The integrity of sport matters. So does the integrity of how we treat a 22-year-old who sought help, entered residential treatment, and is working every day toward recovery. Those two things don't have to be in conflict. I have two sons. Ah, yes, the old I also know
I am
people.
a dad.
Including one who recently graduated from Texas Tech and played football. Throughout this process, I've kept asking myself, how would I approach this situation if this were my own son?
Yeah, you know what you probably do is you teach him the lesson, but
yeah,
we're all for him getting rehabbed.
Yeah.
We're all for him getting help.
Right.
We're all for him becoming a better person on the other side of this. It doesn't have to happen while he plays football.
He said, it says right here, so does the integrity of how we treat a 22-year-old who sought help, entered residential treatment, and is working every day toward recovery. That's awesome. That's great that you have supported him in that way. I'm thrilled for you. But I'm sorry, he doesn't get to play football anymore.
Yeah.
He shouldn't.
You broke. Would it be the cardinal rule?
The cardinal sin.
Yes.
Of professional sports. And college football is a professional sport. And yet, we all just need to be nicer, apparently. All right?
At least to a quarterback. Honestly, would
Exactly.
seriously, would anybody be standing up for anybody if this was a center? a defensive tackle.
Right, exactly.
You know what I mean?
But
the off-ball / middle linebacker.
But we're trying to win the Big 12, and so and
he's got a hell of an arm, and we don't want it to go to waste.
From this kid from Cincinnati, so we need him to be able to take the field. We don't have a backup plan at quarterback right now. Okay, Joey McGuire, the head coach at Texas Tech, he also spoke today about how the world is not being nice enough to Brendan Sorsby, and Texas Tech is being unfairly targeted in all of this. Spring, give me a little Joey McGuire that we just sent over on the Twitter thread. Fire that up for me.
Brendan Sorsby is recovering from an addiction. He's recovering. I've sat down with this young man multiple times, and the things that he is going through and what he's been through is serious. As a society, we've been okay with other things that happens and allowing players to play, and this has been the one thing that has united people that we're against, and it's crazy because it's not murder, it's not beating somebody, so there's a lot of things that we're working through.
Okay. There's a lot of things that happen off the field with football players, with athletes in general, that are outside of the parameters of acceptable society, we'll call it, okay? I don't fully disagree with what Joey McGuire said right there. Yes. But also there are collectively bargained rules that allow those people to be able to participate in said sports. What Brendan Sorsby did, though, was, again, affect the integrity of the actual competition by having bet on his own team, which here's the thing. I want to say you're not allowed to do that, but you are. You get a 2-game slap on the wrist as long as all of the judges that presided are Texas Tech alums. By the way, did you see the appeal's not going to be heard until February? The NCAA?
That's convenient.
Yeah.
That works out.
Sure.
Guess when college football ends?
Exactly.
January.
Right. Yeah.
For those that don't have a calendar in front of you.
Let's make sure that we get through the season before this all gets to be heard. He's recovering from an addiction. Again, I'm glad that the young man is recovering from an addiction. And I'm glad that Texas Tech is there to support the young man, okay, as Joey McGuire wanted to say right there. I'm thrilled for you guys. You're developing young people. If anything, Andy, that almost harkens back to what college football was intended to be. Remember when they were like, "Oh, we're here to develop young men."
Yeah.
No, you're here to win games.
Yeah,
you're here to win games, so you either don't get fired or so you get a better, higher paying job. That's what college football is all about. But if there's one thing that I think we should be able to hang our hat on, it's that we know that the competition is being done on the up and up, or at least as close to it as we can possibly get, and that should you violate that rule, you should not be allowed to play. Recover away, kid.
Yeah.
But you just don't get to play college football now.
But if first off, he made a lot of money, right, off the betting. 90,000, I believe, was the number, correct?
That's what he laid down. I don't know.
We don't know if he won or not.
I haven't seen his FanDuel account.
Okay.
Or the FanDuel burners that the kid was using.
We don't get to find out if any money was made or not.
I mean, here's my guess. I'm assuming there wasn't, because that's how most people's sports betting careers go.
Okay. All right. Well,
not Mark Springer's, but everybody else's. Spring crushes it.
You know what? I guess I know there are gambling addictions out there. It's a very, very serious problem.
No, there's no question.
It's nothing.
There's no question.
It's nothing that I'm trying to mock, or I know it's real. I know people need help.
Yeah.
It also feels like for them, it's a storyline you want to slap. Because again, I guess my question about the money was, well, if you're making a lot of money, to me, the addiction shows up when you're not making the money and you can't stop throwing it away.
Which I'm assuming is probably what was happening with
the kid. But we don't know. He might have made a nice, tidy little sum of money off of this, in which case you're just doing good commerce, I guess. I don't know.
I don't know, Andy. I don't think he was Jimmy the Greek.
Okay. Either way.
I don't think he was De Niro in Casino.
Okay, so let's say, how about this then? Let's say it is a severe addiction.
Yeah.
You know what a lot of people have to do for severe addictions? They go into 28-day like rehab. You go away. You don't get to be a part of society.
Well,
you don't get a.
He's recovering.
Okay,
That's what they said.
But again,
and you should be nicer and let him play football.
You don't always get to recover while you do the thing that helped cause part of the problem.
You should be nicer and let him play football. We're all just being jerks.
You bet on you. I don't know. Look, maybe we'll get to the point where everybody has to bet on their own team. Would that make sports more interesting? Just force everybody to bet on their own team. All right? And let's see what the bet says. And you know what? It's got to be open. This isn't like is this going to go? Are we going to see any more schools come out and say they're not going to play, not going to schedule them?
The Big 12, like the commissioner came out and was just like, yeah, like everybody in my league is pissed as hell right now. They should be. They absolutely should be. And we've had multiple schools say we're not scheduling Texas Tech.
I know, but see,
they
again,
should be pariahs for this.
The interesting thing is, as you said, is going to be the Big 12 because guess what? Georgia and Nebraska, I know, have come out, but they're not in the Big 12.
Right.
So.
And here's the issue right now. If you're in the league, like, you do have to respect a coalition. That's a part of what you're up against. And again, this is back to what integrity is there. Texas Tech is one of the premier members of that league, right? They are. They're a very successful program across multiple sports.
Yeah.
They're very financially viable.
Just had their softball team in the news quite a bit.
Yeah, sure did. Absolutely. No, they're strong, man. It's a very good athletic department, and it puts a lot of these universities absolutely in a bind. It puts them in a tough spot. But I assure you, if it were up to some individual members of that league,
they wouldn't play him.
They wouldn't play him. No, they would want, and they do not want that precedent set for college athletics, and it is an absolute shame that it's allowed to be set right now.
It is still crazy that the NCAA can't even police its own business.
No, they don't stand
After
a chance.
years of you and I being around college athletes who couldn't come on and get a dinner bought for them if you talk to them.
Yeah.
Now they can't even enforce their own punishment.
2-game suspension because that's what a court in Lubbock decided. It's Kreckman and Lindahl, Altitude Sports Radio. Kreckman and Lindahl, we begin hour number 2 on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. So I want to share information with you guys. Many of you already are aware of this. Those of you that do not know, it was announced today, reported today, and announced today by Altitude Television that Chris Marlowe, Scott Hastings, and Chris Dempsey will no longer be in their roles on the Nuggets broadcast on the Altitude Television team. And actually, I read this statement from our front office for more than a decade. These three have been synonymous with Nuggets basketball, bringing energy, insight, and a genuine love of the game to every broadcast. They've been part of many of the most memorable moments in franchise history, including the 23 championship run, and have helped shape how generations of fans experience Nuggets basketball, which is well said. I'm not sure those words are of any comfort to the three of them who are no longer in their roles today, but the words are true. And they are and have been synonymous with Nuggets basketball. Andy, the Marlowe and Hastings pairing is the only one I've ever known as a Nuggets fan, as somebody in this market. They are the sound of Nuggets basketball to me. And when you're in a role as long as the two of them were, I believe 22 years. When you're in a job as long as that, I'm sure I'm not the only one, that feels that way. Like, again, they are a part of the team, and they have been there through so many iterations. The George Karl, Carmelo Anthony, Kenyon Martin, Allen Iverson, eventually Chauncey Billups, that era, the George Karl run and gun teams, the Brian Shaw disaster, the early struggling rebuilding days of Michael Malone, and then eventually the ascendancy of Nikola Jokic into the greatest player in franchise history. And Chris Marlowe and Scott Hastings and Chris Dempsey on the desk or on the sidelines have been a part of that voice the entire way. And it is hard, and I'm sure many Nuggets fans feel this way today. It's hard to imagine tuning in and watching that team without those guys calling the action. Like, Andy, you know how this is, and you've been a part of beloved local broadcast crews before as well, of, you guys are and those guys, they are part of the fans' attachment to the team.
Yeah, and look, all I've ever done is sidelines, and it's always a huge compliment. You're always grateful when people know that you've done the work, but I'm not on a lot.
Sure.
Like, I'm just
popping it.
Yeah, I'm the third voice, man. When you're the play-by-play, when you're the color, you're literally telling, and especially, TV, radio, like they've done it. You're telling the story.
Yeah.
And from the radio side of things, you literally are the eyes of the viewer. Now, the good news, I think Scotty might be involved. For those asking, he made the announcement. He's sticking around on radio.
Yep.
He is going to, I think, help out on some Nuggets games.
Will still be on PhD.
Games. And he's done home games. He did, when I started with Scotty in 99 as an intern over at the other spot, he was doing the Nuggets home games, but because of the radio show, it's kind of, everyone always asks me, why aren't you doing the Buffs full schedule? Well, I've got a radio show here on Friday that's priority one.
Yeah.
And I can't leave town to go to wherever for a Saturday game. And so Scotty had that same priority one, was the afternoon show we were doing, his show with Dave Logan, The Zoo. Many of you know it. And so he only did the home games. So he's been doing this broadcast, like you said, forever. I mean, forever. And I've met 1,000 people in the basketball community because of Scott, and everybody knows Scott. Dan Patrick had Scott on to talk about his famous fight with Charles Barkley. He and Charles Barkley. We would go out to the Elway Golf Celebrity Tournament that they had. Charles Barkley, the most famous story I have of Scott is deep connections to the NBA. Charles Barkley, once upon a time, I know people are not going to remember this. I'm sure you do. He hated the media.
Yep.
I mean, hated us.
Mm-hmm.
And he didn't want anything to do with us. He didn't want to talk to anybody. He would not do your interviews. We would go out to the John Elway Golf Classic, Celebrity Classic in the early 2000s. He literally would shoo every other media member away. And I remember one time, Scott, to kind of earn my stripes, it was probably my, first or second year producing. He goes, go up there and ask him for me. I go, why don't you do it? He goes, I want you to do it. And I went up there and he got the expected result. And Charles laid into he wasn't a jerk, but he let me know, I ain't doing any radio, pal. I don't know if you know who you're dealing with.
Yeah.
And Scotty walked over and he goes, Charles, come do my show. And Charles, seeing Scott, immediately everything changed, right? And I tell people it's one of the funnest interviews I was a part of in my early career because Scott and Dave, Scott and Dave are awesome at athlete interviews. Some of what we try to do, I feel like my view came from the way they did it. It's a conversation. And we're not going to make you talk about everything that you've always talked about. Some people want to know why we get goofy with guys because we know they've heard some questions. Our job is to try to get the different answers you have now. And Nate's very good, better than I. If there's a question that has to be asked, he's not afraid to ever ask anybody, period. And that's part of it too. But Scotty and Dave got Charles talking in just a friend, just some old guys talking sports. And it's how we found out Michael Jordan was coming back. Because Scotty and Dave talked to Charles about how positions had changed. And Charles started talking about how, the 2s and the 3s are different now. And he just drops casually. Well, that's why I'm worried about Mike coming back. He's going to have to be a 3. He's too heavy to play the 2. And Logan hears this and he stops and he's like,
it's coming back?
You mean Michael Jordan? We're talking about Michael Jordan. He goes, yeah, Jordan's coming back for the Wizards, man. Everybody knows that's a poorly kept NBA secret. And we're all going, yeah, the world doesn't know it, though,
that's
bro.
Great.
You may know it in NBA circles.
Oh, that's
but
great.
Next thing you know, Sports Center wants the clip. Everybody wants the clip and this and that.
Yeah.
But again, because Scotty's just – and Scotty and Charles, for those that don't know, they fought each other. Charles was wailing on Bill A. Beer, and Scott's famous line is, there's my meal ticket literally getting punched. I can't let that happen. So he got over, and that's where the famous clip of now Hastings wants a piece. That was the call as he jumped into the fracas. And
now Hastings wants a piece.
And so to your point, Scotty he's legendary. And it's hard for me to see it. But you know what? He's going to be fine. And he's sticking around, and I'm happy for him.
Yeah, that's our dude, man. And he has made his life's work as one of the voices of Denver Nuggets basketball, talking about him as a broadcaster. And it's Andy, to your point, it's hard to separate, our friend Scott Hastings and the broadcaster Scott Hastings, because he is one and the same. Like the guy that's on the air, that is the guy. That's him through and through.
Well, and he's helped so many people.
He has.
Including me.
He's an extremely he's a thoughtful person. He connects with people, and I think what made him such a good broadcaster for the Denver Nuggets for all those years is engendering that connection with the fan base. What I love about listening to Scott Hastings analyze basketball, and I am fortunate enough, and I tell Andy this all the time. I called one basketball game with Scott Hastings in my life, and he is the best color analyst I've ever worked with. And that this was from one game. And I'm talking technique wise and just in and out, boom, so good. And the other thing about Scott Hastings is when you're the local broadcaster, you are to be the homer, okay?
Right.
And like, I'm not going to deny Scott Hastings, massive homer, okay? Massive homer. And a guy that crushed the officials on behalf of the Denver Nuggets. But also, in that role, Scott Hastings, as the Nuggets analyst, was always a guy that was the first to call out the Denver Nuggets when they needed it.
Well, and he walked, I always give him credit. And look, man, I try to use it in my Mammoth broadcasting, quite honestly, because I've told you 1,000 times, people get upset with me, including some of the Mammoth, that I get excited for the other team's goals or whatever. But the reality is I answer to ESPN Plus on that. We are a national broadcast. And sometimes you've got to be able to see it from both sides, or you're going to get in trouble with the person that ultimately lets you on the air. Scott was never afraid to say, and you know what? The great Peter McNabb did it too. This isn't good enough.
Yeah.
And they found a way to say it without crushing the team or taking a baseball bat to everybody, but they still made the point. This isn't good. Look, Drew's having to do a lot of that now, but there's plenty of times a year, Drew Goodman, who worked with Scott before they came over to Altitude, Drew and Scott were partners. Mm-hmm. That's how long he's been doing this thing. I can't remember I think it was Fox. Was it Fox Sports Net? Do you
Fox Sports
remember?
Rocky Mountain.
And then it was a Versus. I don't know, whatever. But yeah, look, man, I know he's going to miss it. But I also know this. Here's what I'm happy for with him, because I experienced this when I got off the Bronco broadcast. There is going to be more family time and a little less travel time, and it may surprise him.
Yeah.
How much more he enjoys not having to go and catch that 3 a.m. flight or whatever it is we used to, the midnight trip to the airport. So
Hastings, again, professional, critical, harsh, edgy, funny, and just always brought a life to Nuggets broadcasts. And I so greatly appreciated his work. I want to talk about Chris Marlowe for a moment.
I don't want to ignore the other two. And
No.
look, I mean, you and I both have great admiration for Chris Marlowe.
Chris Marlowe is a guy that Marlowe is the one. And Andy, I have a lot of friends, along with you and many others in this town that are play-by-play guys, and we share our failures and successes and whatever gigs that we can scratch together and trying to improve and doing the job and all of that. And to a man, I don't know anybody that doesn't have the utmost respect for the abilities of Chris Marlowe as a broadcaster. And again, Chris Marlowe is and has been the voice of Nuggets basketball as professional as you would possibly find, as level-headed a broadcaster as you will ever come across. But also, and talking about the craft of play-by-play, Marlowe is as good as any I've ever heard. And one of the key signatures of quality play-by-play work is you are always in control of the game, in control of the broadcast. Chris Marlowe doesn't get sped up. He doesn't get confused. He doesn't get rushed. He doesn't get tripped up. Mike Tirico is the gold standard, in my opinion, of professional play-by-play work. I'll put Chris Marlowe up there with him in an instant. Just an absolute legend who always had the game under his thumb, knew the situation, knew the information, well-read, well-studied, a guy that dropped notes into his broadcast that was always prepared as hell. And then on top of that, he made the thing fun.
Yeah.
He'd drop in the Italian for Gallinari. He would drop in the Serbian for Nikola Jokic. He would coin phrases over the years that have become a part of Nuggets fan lexicon. Most recently the one, and I would cite it all the time on this show when we were talking about getting ready for a game and what is this team going to do to Jokic? And he started calling it the hugger-mugger defense.
Yeah.
And it was just, like, again, that's just one of those funny things that Chris Marlowe would come up with, and suddenly, boom, like, you would see it on the floor, and as a Nuggets fan, they're giving him the hugger-mugger. Oh, okay. There's some 6'6" guy right on Jokic's hip driving him nuts. That's what Marlowe would call the hugger-mugger. And so he had personality, but more than anything, man, just, again, a level-headed professionalism. And a perfect compliment to Scott Hastings on the broadcast. Hastings bombast. Hastings, at times, vicious critique of the officials. And Marlowe had no problem being the foil to all of that. And the two of them were just a wildly entertaining broadcast. And I'm gonna really miss listening to both of those guys.
Yeah, it's going to be, it's going to be tough. And we're getting 1,000 texts coming in asking why. Guys, ultimately, we don't know. That's an upper management decision. But
yeah, we don't know.
Listen.
Hey, they got 22 years together on altitude. That's pretty damn good.
And Scotty wants you to know that. He told me last night, and I know he wouldn't be upset with me sharing it. He probably shared it on his show, but he feels lucky to have done it as long. Look, a lot of us don't get to do it as long as he got to, so he's just happy he got to do it. And whether look, time is not always fair. We all know this in the broadcast industry. You and I hope every year that we don't get our turn at it. We all know we're going to get our turn somewhere.
Everyone's day comes.
We're like the athletes. Not everybody gets to decide when they're done. And at some point, you've got to usher in a new era. And it's extremely tough to figure out when that right time is. The upper management has decided this is the time. And it happens all the time in sports, both in broadcasting and the sports played themselves. And we all know that when we sign up for this. And so, yes, we're going to miss them. And no, we can't give you the reasons. And
we don't know what's next.
But you know what? In 10 years, likely, that at every time that you got to make the calls at the right time. They've decided it's the right time. So,
lastly, on this topic, Chris Dempsey. Chris Dempsey is he is a friend of both of us, Andy. A very respected and admired friend and a fantastic basketball mind. There is almost nobody in the world that I enjoy talking hoops with more than Chris Dempsey, whose opinion I respect more. And I've known Dempsey probably, 20 years. And have covered teams and been at games with him. And, no matter what, you always stop by Chris Dempsey if he's on the table and you ask him, what do you think of this? What do you think of this guy? And his insights are always just spot on. I'm really sorry to see him leave the Altitude Studio crew. I think he's as good as it gets when it comes down to breaking down a basketball game. An absolute pro. And just a fantastic dude. Chris Dempsey, one of my favorite people in the world. I'm sorry he won't be there as well. That is a huge bummer. Wherever Dempsey goes next and whatever he does next, you're getting as good a basketball talker, as good a basketball thinker, an analyst as I think that there is out there. So we'll miss Dempsey greatly on that broadcast as well. But that is the news. Chris Marlowe, Scott Hastings, and Chris Dempsey moving on from their roles at
love
Altitude
you, Chris.
Television.
We all love you. Respect you. Again, you know why Chris is so good? He did the hustle as a beat writer, man. He covered that team day in, day out for the Denver Post.
Yep. As good as good a guy and as good an analyst. So suck news. There's no doubt about it. But again,
we've been through it before, my friend, and we'll go through it again.
Yep.
That's just this you know what? People are always telling me you are in a meat grinder of a business. You're not wrong.
You're not wrong.
And we all signed up for it. And there's something, hey, you want to talk about addictions? We can't seem to get away from this. So even though we could all go do some
even though we probably
office job that I don't think I'd enjoy near as much.
It's the Kreckman and Lindahl show on Altitude Sports Radio.
Hey guys, Andy Lindahl from my friends over at Southern Steer Butcher. You know what? I've been talking to a lot of people. You've been hearing the ads, and I appreciate it. You've been getting over there. I appreciate it. You've been loving the steak tips. I appreciate it because I don't want them to get rid of those. That's for sure. I don't think they're going anywhere. By the way, it's Wednesday. I believe Tuesday, Wednesday are your days to get the specials on the steak tips. 25% off. Get in there, check it out. But great sides, great protein. Obviously, it's the month of graduation parties and getting the barbecue out and rolling again and looking for the great meat maybe for Father's Day so you can do something special or let Dad do something special on the grill there, or even as we get towards the 4th of July. You want protein you're proud to serve, get on over to Southern Steer Butchers. You're going to get fresh-made brats in-house over there, fresh-made sausage in-house over there. The chicken breasts are fantastic, the thighs, the wings. Had more of the beer can wings this weekend. So good how they taste, and it's amazing on their flavored meats. That they pack in the flavor. It doesn't go anywhere. You can smell it when you grill it. You can taste it when you have it. You got to go check out Southern Steer Butcher. They're off Arapahoe Road in Dayton. They're right across the street from Fay Myers. You know where that is. It's just 2 streets east of I-25. If for some reason you're not familiar with the area, go to southernsteerbutcher.com.
NBA Finals Game 4 tonight. Did I see this correctly? The Zach Zarba crew on the on the call tonight.
Okay.
After so much critique of the work that Mark Davis did the other night. So, yeah, it'll be the Zach Zarba crew officiating Game 4 this evening. Okay.
All right, what do you expect out of that? Do we get a different whistle?
I think they're going to – honestly, Andy, and I'm glad you asked that, I think they're going to call a really tight first quarter.
Okay.
Yeah,
really
I do believe this isn't a shock in the finals how physical it is. Maybe it's just a shock because watching what Kat and Wemby are doing to each other down on the post, and then Wemby's frustrations with Jalen Brunson, to which, Nikola Jokic is watching what's happening to Wemby out there and just going, oh, well, I'd like to stick a neck and stick my elbow in somebody's neck right now. That sounds fun. I wouldn't get so mad if I got to do that. That's why Shaq said what he said at halftime the other night. I expect this to be a tightly called game early on. And I think they're going to try to establish a tough whistle and then see if the game doesn't open up a little bit and see if that isn't effective. That's what I assume. That's what I would guess out of this. And here's the thing. Zarba's really good.
Well, my question, though, also, what I'm curious about now is after you said you didn't like the Mike Brown tact, you felt it was too whiny.
Yes.
In the time of, everyone trying to get the whistle back their way.
I didn't like it.
If it'll work, though, at all. Will have an effect. Or will we not notice?
Sure.
And I guess we won't find out till the fourth quarter. Isn't the fourth quarter
really,
where he specifically complained about the number of fouls?
What he's hoping to get is some early ticky-tack whistles on Wemby. He wants Wemby in foul trouble. And it's, hey, I tell you what, if Wemby's got 2 before the end of the first quarter, good on him. We'll see if that's going to be the case.
I know it's the coach's job. Gotta kind of hate it. I wish we could just leave it alone. Just call the dang game that you see.
I do hate it. It was always going to happen.
Sure.
You don't get out of almost any series unscathed, but I do hate that. At least from the New York perspective, Game 3 became about officiating. And maybe, again, it is born of the frustration of how friggin' hyped that whole thing was and then what a dud the event the game itself turned out to be for the people that were in there. But yeah, the Knicks, their offense was not good. And let's see what they can create. I mean, Mikal Bridges has to make shots. Mikal Bridges can't do what he did again. Landry Shamet has to have a better shooting night. I don't think you can, hope that OG Anunoby is going to go off for 28 again. And Brunson's got to find efficiency. Again, the Knicks offense is at its best when the ball is moving and getting kicked, and that's when they're at their best. Cat's got to be better in the fourth quarter. We will see it. We shall see what the Knicks have as an answer right here coming up in this game. But I've greatly enjoyed this finals. I'm thrilled to be able to watch Game 4 tonight. I think this should be really good. And if anything else, Andy, it just means I don't have to watch the Cubs lose to the Rockies tonight.
Yeah, and yet somehow you're going to find a way you're going to check in.
I will.
You could tell me anything that you want to. You're going to check in.
Yes, I will.
Although I'm done telling you it's going to be okay.
No, they're not
apparently
okay.
It's not going to be okay.
They're
You're
not
dead
okay.
right. You know your team.
One more note on tonight's game. Do you see what's happening at halftime tonight at the Garden?
Oh, there's a concert. Who's playing?
I have been advocating for this as a Super Bowl halftime show for decades. And finally, somebody listened and have heeded my call because the Wu-Tang Clan will take the stage halftime. It was Cardi B the other night. Wu-Tang, straight from Shaolin, a.k.a. Staten Island. Wu-Tang is going to be on the stage tonight. No ODB, obviously, but
in spirit.
In spirit, yes. But that means Raekwon the Chef, the Ghostface Killer, the RZA, the Jizza, METHOD Man, Inspector Deck, You God. They're all going to be there tonight. Wu-Tang halftime show.
All right. I'm glad they broke this barrier because I'm demanding it.
Yeah.
the biggest band that I probably love, although they already screwed it up, I got to have some Metallica at the halftime of some kind. One of these things. Somebody get the guts. Let's do it. All the rules are now gone. I need some damn Metallica at one of these things. That's all I want.
Haven't they played at Giants games?
No, they played it. I think what did they play? No, I think they've done some pre-concerts. I thought they played live for Alfonso. No, who was the Yankees reliever?
Mariano Rivera.
Yeah. I think they played live. Didn't he come out to Enter Sandman? I think they did that live for him to come out at one point.
Yeah, they've done Metallica night at Giants games.
Okay, I don't want a Giants game.
Well, they're
Nate.
from
I'm
San
not
Francisco.
catching a Giants game. Well, that's why I said it this last Super Bowl. You're right there in the city.
I mean, that's just it. Let
them play it.
Wu-Tang is from
Let
New
the
York.
boys play a show.
Well, they played at a Giants game.
That ain't good enough.
They got their local team.
If Wu-Tang can do the finals, Metallica can do a Super Bowl halftime. They got enough catalog.
You would think so. Absolutely. I think as long as Jay-Z and Rock Nation are in charge, you're going to keep waiting on that Metallica Super Bowl. But I tell you what, if it was a combined Metallica and Wu-Tang performance at halftime, I'm there for it.
What about Blink-182? Travis Barker's hip with guys. He's cool. He's in. Hey, he did something with Jay-Z and Rihanna. For
Andy
Umbrella.
wants all of his favorite
I
bands.
want one of my bands in there
halftime.
one time. One time. Just one time. Even if they just get like the 2 songs and you move on from them. Remember that one? There was that one halftime show where Britney Spears came out, then Timberlake showed up, then Aerosmith was there for no good reason, then they disappeared. Remember when that was a thing?
Wasn't that the Janet Jackson nipple Super Bowl?
No,
it wasn't.
That was just Janet and Justin.
Oh, okay. That wasn't that
Yeah,
very
that
one?
was all for her.
Okay.
And then all for him.
Blink-182, though, they did do the Kreckman and Lindahl show, most importantly.
Mark Hoppus, baby.
We had Mark Hoppus on our
we
show.
need to get him back on, maybe.
Absolutely.
They're about to release all their bonus tracks to one of their iconic albums tomorrow.
Spring, can you book the RZA to appear on Kreckman and Lindahl?
Is that your guy?
Well,
of all the guys, which is your guy?
Well, okay, it's a great question.
Because Mark is my guy of all the guys in Blink, although I like them all.
I mean, the reason why I requested the RZA is because he is the de facto leader. He is the genius behind the Wu-Tang Clan.
Sure.
Now, if you're asking me, like, who is my guy? This debate gets down to the solo records, okay? Who has, because every guy in the Wu-Tang has the solo catalog. And the best Wu-Tang solo album, and everybody knows this, is Liquid Swords by the GZA. It is an absolute masterpiece produced by the RZA, but the GZA Liquid Swords is, in fact, Andy, I will even go so far as to say, after 36 Chambers, which is the original, which is the iconic, which is the cornerstone, the classic, Liquid Swords is the second best Wu-Tang album.
Okay.
Over any other record that the entire group made, over the rest of them. I know Supreme Clientele is going to have its fans. Obviously, Bobby Digital is going to have its fans. Liquid Swords, though, is the album. Mm-hmm.
There'll be no debate here. You and I can debate a lot of things.
Yeah.
We're not debating on this one.
Do you know Liquid Swords?
No, I don't.
Oh, throw it on.
Who is Method Man and Redman?
Treat
Who are they
yourself.
with?
Well, Redman is not in the Wu-Tang Clan.
Okay, see, I'm trying to get clarification. You just named a bunch of people.
Method Man is.
Yes.
Redman is. He's in the Sphere, and he's made a bunch of records
He's
with
the neighbor.
Method Man. Well put.
He's Stabone. I'm not gonna say his other name from Growing Pains, but yeah. He's Nelson or Wilson. It's Wilson.
Yeah.
Nelson's a completely different damn thing. There's nobody's neighbors.
He's Ned Flanders. Hey, neighborino.
Nelson is in the neighborhood. Nelson's in the neighborhood with like sticks.
You know what I would call it? I would say Redman is he's in the extended Wu-Tang universe.
Gotcha.
Yes.
He hung out.
But I'm very excited.
Is he the Eminem of it eventually to show up?
The Eminem?
Well,
like the way Eminem suddenly showed up with all the Death Row guys?
Yeah, that's what I mean. See what I'm saying?
Yes.
He was invited to the party, but he wasn't
saying.
part of the original party.
Yes. Okay. I see what you're saying there. Yeah, I suppose. Yeah, a little bit.
ODB sang with Mariah Carey on a song. Does that help his
Yeah,
I
no.
don't think he did a lot of singing, but
Yeah, no, he won't be able to make it.
no, I'm aware. He's got other commitments. Is he still here? No.
ODB? No. He is what they call dead.
Sure.
Yeah,
But
so-
you know me.
Right.
I'm pretty good.
You're not allowed to kill him.
Who have I tried to kill like 9 times? And now, remember that joke from 2 weeks ago? I'm worried that he's gone, but I keep finding out he isn't.
We've been killing people.
But in
left
my
and
world,
right.
he is. No, there's one dude I've like killed off 3 times only to find out he's still here.
By the way, real quick on Wu-Tang, and this is a separate music recommendation, and I only again. I want everyone to realize I'm a 45-year-old dork with 2 little kids, so I'm behind on a lot of things. I recently discovered the Czarface records, which is 7L and Esoteric from Boston, along with Inspected Deck from the Wu-Tang Clan. Chef's kiss. I mean, phenomenal stuff. If I can make a music recommendation to anybody, and there's probably a lot of hip hop heads that are listening to this right now that are like, yeah, dork, that record came out like 5 years ago. I know. I'm behind on things.
Hey, it happens. You know,
I'm just trying. Like
you're
all
just
that
trying
matters
to keep
is
up with a lot.
all that matters is I found it.
Sure.
Okay.
And I'm with you.
It
Listen,
came into my sphere.
I went mainly because the wife wanted to, so we went to Jimmy Eat World last night.
How was it?
It was awesome.
Good.
I love Bleed American.
All right.
Here's the only problem that I found out with the old album tour. At least when you're not a total hardcore, I like me some Jimmy Eat World, but they're in the 10 to 20
Oh,
range.
did they do a whole album all the way
They did
through?
Bleed American.
Oh, that's
with the middle.
Okay.
And
that's great.
Yes. Now I'm forgetting all the songs. But anyway, 3 of the best songs come in the first 5 of the album. So then all of a sudden I'm like, the rest of this album's sad. And what was funny is the singer with great self-awareness, he goes, yeah, we haven't really tried this before. This album, he goes, normally we bunch the mellow together and then go.
Right,
he goes,
right.
We're kind of going in and out of things, so I hope you ride with us here.
Yes.
Because he had a couple of his sad songs, a couple of the old high school send-off songs or whatever mixed in there. And
didn't age well.
So the vibe, they were fine, but the vibe is like all over the place. You know what I mean?
I see.
So yeah, it's the sweetness. The sweetness is awesome. I think usually they close with the sweetness because that's kind of the big, going out to the night, and that was very early in the evening.
I tell you
but
what.
Anyway, they had a single. I had no idea they even had a new single. To your point, you don't know.
I'm here for the 45-minute halftime show and let Wu-Tang do 36 chambers all the way through, and I'm here for it.
Let them do the whole album?
Absolutely.
How much of that would get censored?
Would
Would that be like Straight Outta Compton on the radio where there's really no track you're going to make it all the way through?
Wu-Tang Clan ain't nothing to with?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
It'd be.
Where do you fall on Naughty by Nature? Would you like to see them
Not
back in
because
the
I
game?
hate you.
Little OPP. Yeah, you know me.
God, did I say? No, it wasn't. Maybe it was Naughty by Nature that I saw at a Nuggets game. I know I saw Digital.
No, I think they did.
Digital
they did a halftime
Underground. I
one time.
remember seeing them.
Oh, yeah, they've done that.
They were awesome, too.
Do they have more, though, than the Humpty Dance? You're going to have to help me.
They do. There are more songs in the
But
catalog.
do most of us know it?
I'm
asking, do any of the rest of us know
No,
it?
you got to be like the. The other confusing thing is that it's all Shock G. So that's the other thing that's a little confusing about it. All right, Kreckman and Lindahl.
This is White Guy Hip Hop Radio. Nate's very versed.
Play my favorite album from when I was 13. That's all I ask. It's the Kreckman and Lindahl Show. All right, it is Kreckman and Lindahl, and we cruise along here on a lovely Wednesday afternoon. We hope you're doing quite well. Make sure that you come hang out with us on Friday because we've got game number 1 for Team USA in the World Cup as they will take on Paraguay, and we are going to be out on the road coming up here on Friday night. We'll be at number 38 starting at 6:30. Michelob Ultra is going to be on site. Great Michelob Ultra specials. Big watch party going on. A lot of fun. Michelob Ultra giveaways. And we'll be broadcasting starting at 3 o'clock. So come on out. Andy's going to be hosting the watch party out there.
Giving stuff away.
Yeah, big giveaways. Yeah, so Team USA, the opener on Friday night. They got the big, massive outdoor screen at number 38. Should be a good party. Andy's going to be bringing the energy, bringing the party for the watch party. So get out there and enjoy it.
Hey, listen, and again, guys, if you've not seen the number 38 patio, it's an all-timer. All-timer.
Yep.
They might have the volleyball league going tomorrow, too.
Hey,
the
last night, Cole Carrig joined Ryan Ritter as one of only 2 Rockies to record a triple in their first big league game. And also the only 2 Rockies players to record a triple as their first major league hit. So you have to have an alliterative name, either Cole Carrig or Ryan Ritter, to be able to have a triple in your first big league at bat as a member of the Rockies, Andy.
Yeah, I guess so. What was it? A triple and a walk?
And he walked. Yes.
How do you dig that stat up?
It's a good one.
I got to tell you guys, and I consider you an all-time baseball stat guy.
Yep.
How do you come up with these things to look up? Is it just because he did it? Someone decided, I'm going to go see if anyone else has ever had a triple and a walk? It's just the most random combo ever.
It's legitimately you go to stathead.com.
I want some peanut butter and kiwi. That's what that feels like. What?
You pull up. Andy, it's the same thing that we do with Jokic stats.
Right. Well, yes.
Of like how many times has a guy scored 35 plus with at least 16 rebounds and at least 14 assists in a playoff game?
Just punch it in.
And I literally
spit back
just
to you.
go to StatHead and then it pulls up and it's like, yeah, it's happened 3 times ever, and 2 of them are Wilt Chamberlain and 1 is Nikola Jokic.
Sure.
There you go.
Here we go. It's happened 4 times ever. Everyone's a Hall of Famer, and there's Nikola Jokic.
Yeah, it's Oscar Robertson or it's Russell Westbrook or it's Jason Kidd. It's always essentially going to be the same guys that end up on the list. So, yeah, it's just the same thing. Stathead.com. It's a fantastic tool to play around with.
But did you ever think to yourself, see, again, this is what...
Both a triple and a walk?
Yeah, what sets off in your mind, I have to look that up.
It's after a guy has a triple in his big league debut, then you start digging in, okay, how many times has this happened before? And if you're a good stat guy... And, I don't know if it was Doug Strauss or who was out there last night.
Doug and Moreno, maybe.
Yeah, I mean, these guys are very good at what they do. And it's just, again, connect the dots. Okay, got on a triple, but also got on base via walk. How many times has that happened in a Rockies debut or in any major league debut? If you're a good stat guy on a broadcast, your curiosity should direct you.
Why do you guys all love the dead, too, that are good stats guys?
I mean, do you really want the answer?
I don't.
I can give it to you.
To calm your mind. No, it's all fine. We don't need to. Please, let's get to the cuts.
If you're a stat guy,
yes,
the Grateful Dead are the band for you.
Is there something in the music and the timing or the structure?
It's the breadth of the catalog.
Okay.
It is the decades in which the band existed. So, like, you start digging into stuff, and you're just like, oh, man, they haven't played Dark Star at Hampton since whatever year it was. And, like, if you're a fan, you're interested in that stuff. What was the longest version of a song? What was the best version of a song? Have they ever used this song to lead into this song before?
Yeah.
How many times has this been the opener? How many times has this been the encore? Again, as both a Dead and a Fish fan, I revel in that stuff.
I was just about to ask you, is there any Dead fan that doesn't like Fish? Are you all just the same congregating traveling circus?
Absolutely.
Really?
I know a lot of Fish fans that don't like the Dead. I know a lot of Dead fans that don't like Fish. Absolutely. There's a lot of crossover in the fandom, and there absolutely is crossover in the music. But the Dead are a roots Americana band. I mean, they came from the world of bluegrass and folk and jazz, which was what formed Jerry Garcia as a songwriter. Fish is a prog rock band.
Okay.
I mean, Trey came up on, listening to King Crimson and Genesis and Frank Zappa and all that stuff. Like, if you really dig into the music, it's so different. So extremely different.
You said King Crimson, and now I think of King Missile, and we won't mention their big hit of the 90s.
Okay.
You remember that band? It was a detachable song.
Detachable, yes.
You remember that part? Anyway, speaking of detached.
We talked a lot of music this hour on the show. It's been fun.
Speaking of detached, there's a lot of Rockies fans apparently detached from this team, Nate.
Let's hear Warren Schaefer. I don't know if he likes the Dead. Warren Schaefer, the Rockies manager last night, he got asked before the ball game about, hey, your ballpark is about to be completely taken over by Cub fans. How do you feel about this? Here was Warren Schaefer last night.
Listen, yeah, I get asked this question a lot, not just from you, Patrick. And it's not just the Cubs, man.
Yeah.
Dodgers, it's blue over on that side, because when I coached third base, I would go down there. It was like enemy territory on that side of the field. Cardinals, all red over there. Listen, does it bother me? Absolutely it bothers me. Do I notice it? You absolutely notice it. How can't you notice it? It's loud for the other team in our own ballpark. Now, how much is that on us? I would say all of it's on us. I would say that when we start winning a ton of games, which isn't that far in the future, that the blue is going to morph into purple. I'm colorblind, so it looks the same, but it to other people, it's going to be more purple, and I look forward to that day. And the only people we have to blame are ourselves for that one.
Great answer.
Love it, Warren.
Perfect answer.
Love it. And you know what? I love that because didn't Bud Black a few times. I think he finally got to the point where he had to admit, yeah, we noticed it, but I liked it. I liked that Warren Schaefer's like, yeah, we can't ignore it, bro.
Yeah.
You know, here's where I do feel bad for Warren Schaefer. He's coaching in a time. It used to be the Sox, the Yankees, the Cubs, the Cardinals, the Dodgers, whatever, would bring their fan bases.
Mets.
And now it just feels, but now it just feels like everybody's got more fans than the Rockies at this point. So I do hope for their sake it changes.
There are a ton of Brewers fans at Coors Field over the weekend.
Every time I watch a game and I hear a cheer, I start to assume the other team did something.
Right.
You know, when you're in the other room and you hear the roar of the crowd before you can hear Drew's call, and I'm like, well, that must be good for the other team because I feel like no Rockies fans are there today.
So he's right. The team has to be better, and it is on them. And by the way, he said the winning's in the near future, Andy.
I hope he's right about that.
Yes. But also, this is just the reality, man. Transplant City. It is. It is.
Well,
You're not going to get 40,000 Rockies fans every night.
No, and that's fair, Nate. But I would also say, guess what? When you're better, you know how many people I know that liked other teams and now like our teams because they're good? How many people are fans of the Nuggets? Yeah. How many people are fans of the Avs? How many people are starting to become fans of the Broncos? You know why? They're winning. That's how you win people over.
I desperately want to be a bandwagon Rockies fan. I'm begging to be a bandwagon Rockies fan again in my life. I would love to be. We're getting no help over here. Warren, make it happen in the near future.
Well, and then Paulie D.
But he didn't sit there and whine. He
No,
didn't sit
yeah.
there.
What are you going to do?
He didn't admonish Rockies fans for not showing up, which would have been lame.
Who was that? Didn't we just go through? Who was complaining about the building? Was it somebody was literally just complaining about their building not having any energy, and they're like, "Boy, it's on you. It's not our problem." It was he was either a coach or a GM. Darn it! I want to almost say, was it Philly where they were upset that too many Knicks fans showed up, or?
Oh, well, yeah, they were big mad about that in Philly, and Embiid was, trying
Was
to
he
keep
the one
them
that
all
got
out
upset?
of there. Yeah, Embiid was trying to keep
I thought it was a coach that
Knicks
was
fans out of
complaining.
there. They could have, but again, don't admonish your own
I
fans.
think Kerr's done it a couple times.
Make it about your own performance and make yourself something that people want to go and see. And that's what the Rockies have to do. And look, there's always going to be thousands of Cub fans. There's always going to be thousands of Red Sox fans, Yankees fans, Mets fans, Dodgers fans, Cardinals fans, etc. Because those are, those are heritage clubs that have massive fan bases. It's just the same as, and even when the Broncos are good.
Oh, yeah.
The Packers come in and the Steelers come in.
Cowboys.
Yeah, absolutely. Cowboys fans, they show up.
Giants.
Let's be NFL games are events, and people will travel for them, and people like to come to Denver because it's a cool city. So no matter what, you're always going to get a lot of out-of-town fans, but there's certain clubs that bring in more. Absolutely. There's just a part of that you can never avoid, but are you getting your own fans to actually want to go and see your team? Broncos have done that. Rockies need to do it. I thought that was a great answer last night from Warren Schaefer. Keep it here. Love and Ultra giveaway. Hey, it's Nate Kreckman, and I am here for my friends over at Roller Auction, which you should sign up to bid right now at roller.bid/altitude. That will enter you to win Rockies Pirates tickets coming up here in a couple of weeks. That's right. You can drown out all those annoying Buccos fans and be a good, loud Rockies fan. So sign up to bid right now at roller.bid/altitude. Got about 21 hours left in the outdoor living appliances, home goods, and general merchandise auction. Go to rollerauctions.com or roller.bid right now to check out all of the fantastic items that are available for you to be able to bid. If you are looking to beef up your outdoor space, if you are looking for lawn chairs, coolers, maybe you need a new tent. There's some great prices available on tents right now at this auction. Go to roller.bid and check it out. Get some fun stuff for the kids to play with out in the backyard. They got water guns and so much more. Go to roller.bid and check out the outdoor living auction. You got about 21 hours left. Check it out, because the prices, guys, the prices are fantastic. Roller.bid. Let's dive right into the high five biggest stories of the day we begin with basketball. Let's go, Spring.
If you're wondering what's for dinner tonight, you need to try Papa Murphy's Pizza. They make delicious pizza, and you bake it when you're ready. Order online now at papamurphys.com. This is the high five, but we are going to start with some beef tweets.
Beef tweets time.
Oh, yeah. There's beef.
Yeah, let's get beefy.
Who's calling out who?
I'm a Be Real.
He says he's got beef.
Hey, catch me outside.
Kreckman and Lindahl present
They find us, really.
Beef Tweets. Brought to you by Southern Steer Butcher.
Proud presenting sponsor.
Brought to you by Southern Steer Butcher in Greenwood Village, Denver's modern butcher experience.
Beef Tweets is presented to you by Southern Steer Butcher in Greenwood Village, Denver's new modern butcher experience. So the beef today is between New York Knicks owner James Dolan and New York City Mayor Zoran Mamdani.
Okay.
Is Mamdani going to get banned like Charles Oakley?
Yes.
Well, Mamdani tweeted out today that Madison Square Garden requested a permit for a watch party for 999 fans.
999 fans?
Just under 1,000.
I'm going to go out on a limb and say I think maybe more will show up.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Well, let's see. Maybe the story is nobody will get to.
Okay.
Mamdani says that they approved the permit for 999 fans. Mr. Dolan has now decided to cancel the watch party. I know this is breaking hearts across our city, but if there's one thing Knicks fans don't need permission for, it's showing up for our team wherever they may be, no matter the block or the borough. Knicks in 5. Okay. So James Dolan went on the Craig Carton show with Craig Carton and our friend Chris McMonagle.
Oh, yeah, our buddy.
Yeah, on WFAN in New York. He called Craig Carton and said, I got to come on the show. James Dolan is upset that they're going to have the same security perimeter, large area around MSG, really tightly secured, and you can't congregate in that area really no matter what tonight. Here's what James Dolan said.
I mean, like I said, you would think we were guarding, right?
Fort Knox.
Well, we are guarding an alien, but I mean, like Fort Knox, it's incredible. Even if you come by train or by subway, they're not letting you up. Yep. They're going to push you outside of the forbidden zone and make you come through magnetometers. And you're going to have to show that you have a reason to be there, right? And this is all really designed around stopping people from celebrating around Madison Square Garden.
You requested a permit for 999 people.
Yeah, last I checked, New York's a pretty big place. A lot of people.
I mean,
remember when TV market, all that?
There's 999 people like waiting for the bathroom in a bar outside the Garden. Yes. Okay, so this is my sneaking suspicion here, okay? I'm just going to, this is my sneaking suspicion. Is Dolan never wanted the watch party outside the Garden. Dolan wanted to pick a fight with Mamdani.
Yes.
And so he requested a permit for an absurd number of people, absurdly low number of people to show up. The city's hand was going to be forced to have to say, we think there's going to be more people than that and more people than you're permitted to have and to safely have. And so now Dolan gets to cancel it and blame it on a mayor who he is ideologically opposed to. That's what this feels like to me. That's my view from 2 time zones away.
Yeah, and I would also say there's probably an element of he knows how much it's going to be to police that thing and try to keep everybody safe, and that's a huge expense. And
Dolan never wanted it anyway.
Exactly. If you don't want it, now you could say, I tried, we got denied. Sorry, guys, go be mad at someone else.
And he makes the Fort Knox analogy because they had Trump at Game 3, but like...
He's not going to be there tonight,
yeah,
correct?
but he's not going to be there tonight.
So
but
some of that dials down.
Dolan and his staff probably looked around and they were just like, hey, it's kind of nice when there's not a billion people right outside here. There's screens set up all over the city. Though, you know, they kept showing them the other night on the telecast. There's the one in Central Park, the one in Brooklyn. Like they seem to be set up all over the city. Yeah, this feels just like Dolan is trying to play the victim card here and is trying to get New Yorkers on his side. Here's the other question here, Andy, and I have wondered about this. James Dolan is one of the most unpopular sports owners in North American pro sports.
He's banned his own players from coming to the arena.
He banned a fan for yelling, "Sell the team."
Yeah.
And finally, when he stopped meddling in basketball affairs in recent years, shocker, they got good. And what I've always wondered is if the Knicks win the title and clinch it at home, which they still could in a Game 6 scenario, and Dolan's out there, because they'll hand the trophy to Dolan. They'll announce Dolan. They'll hand the trophy to Dolan first. Knicks fans are going to boo him like crazy.
Sound like the commissioners out there of the NFL.
Exactly. Like they're going to boo, and it's going to be bizarre because this is the moment these fans have waited their life for, but also like the face of all that failure and frustration is going to be the first guy to touch that trophy. And in the greatest vibes moment ever in New York sports, at the same time, Knicks fans, they're not going to cheer Jim Dolan. They're going to boo the hell out of him. And honestly, what this move feels like is Dolan's attempt to, I don't know if it's the enemy of my enemy is my friend situation. I have no idea. But it feels like Dolan is trying to get New Yorkers and Knicks fans on his side here.
Yeah. Gosh, and it's funny that you bring up that scenario because I do wonder about that. Didn't you and I witness that? I'm trying to remember now. I feel like we saw that when Dan O'Dowd got to touch the NL trophy. Do you remember that?
I do.
Didn't he get booed a little bit in
did.
the stadium? And I was like, oh, man.
Remember when Joe Lacob, the owner of the Golden State Warriors, went out? And it was for Chris Mullins, like his jersey retirement.
Yeah.
And then when Lacob got up there, and the Warriors had been terrible for years. I mean, again, here's this beautiful moment for Chris Mullin, franchise legend, and they booed the heck out of him in Oakland.
But booing a guy at a championship moment would be an all-timer. And the owner anyway, would be an all-timer.
Yes.
Because normally you aren't going to be loved anymore than in that moment.
I do not see Dolan being able to escape the scorn of Knicks fans. And that's the thing. If they win it, even if it doesn't happen at the Garden, like they could win it in 5 and win it down in San Antonio or win it in 7, however it ends up going.
Knicks fans there, remember? Plenty showed up.
Exactly. But the other part of it is like eventually there will be a parade and there will be a rally and Dolan will be up there.
It'll be interesting, man.
Right.
If they get now, look, I'm rooting for San Antonio to tie this thing up so we can, like I said, I'd like 7 out of both these series,
Keep
the
it going.
finals and cup. But
requested a permit for a party of 999
I also
fans.
wondered, like, is the cost for the permit more if you go over 1,000? Like, don't you think there's probably something with that too?
Dolan's pinching pennies while people are paying $12,000 to get in.
Let me get ultimately up to what's the lower level? Give me the $9.99.
Did he, once they denied the permit, did Dolan call and ask for a refund on his permit price?
Yeah.
Good beef tweet, Spring. Nice job. Okay, what else is happening in the high five?
And Beef Tweets, once again, is brought to you by Southern Steer Butcher. They've got the beef, the best beef in town, in Greenwood Village. To the NFL, Chris Thomason of the Gazette tweeting out within the hour that cornerback Jaquan McMillan's agent Derek Gilmore is telling the Denver Gazette that contract talks between McMillan and the Broncos are going as follows. Quote, "We've had good conversations regarding Jaquan and his future. It's clear the organization values him." End quote. Indications are no deal is imminent.
Yeah, because if I look, just from a business standpoint, I know the Broncos value you. I wouldn't mind seeing if the rest of the league values you too, because you've been quite the player for the team the last couple of seasons.
So he's playing on a 1-year, $5.8 million contract.
Hell of a raise, considering where he came from.
Exactly, like good money to be made. But he has proven himself as one of the premier nickels in the game.
Yeah.
And he made the biggest plays on the biggest stage last year in the postseason. You know, ripping the ball away and making the interception of Josh Allen late in that game.
Josh Allen.
So he is going to absolutely garner interest. I think one of the tricky spots here, Andy, is like setting the market on nickel corners.
Yeah, but I still feel like he could. The $5 million number you read, minimum, you're doubling that.
Yeah,
he might be able to triple it in the right salary cap situation.
No, you might be right about that.
Because one of the top guys, I mean, Surtain's doubling the $15 million. He's up near 30.
Exactly. Yeah, I mean, a good nickel, you're going to pull down pretty good money because those guys.
They're hard to find.
Those are valuable football players.
That's nothing to scoff at.
Yeah,
you got to be able to, maneuver the traffic and whatnot in the middle of the field. All right, this next one, I need everybody to put your listening ears on.
Okay,
because I have a question at the end of it.
Okay, I'm eager for it. Go ahead.
High five.
Broncos left tackle Garrett Bowles went on The Insiders on NFL Network yesterday evening, and he was asked about new Broncos receiver Jalen Waddle. Here's what Garrett Bowles had to say about the Broncos' new weapon.
I mean, our team was just missing one piece, and we were missing that Jalen Waddle. We were missing that electrifying dude that can come across the middle, can get the deep ball, can have that speed around the edge. When we hand it off to him, when he comes in motion, and all of the above. I mean, the dude is electrifying, and he's one of the nicest dudes I've ever met. And I know him in Cortland, which I've had a relationship with Cortland for so many years, and seeing what he can do. And those two are just freaks of nature, man. I mean, it's going to be really hard for defenses to try to scheme us up when you have two electrifying receivers like that. And then you got Marvin Mims, you got Pat Bryant, and you talk about a receiver core that's just humble and hungry and ready to rock and roll by two leaders in Cortland and Waddle. So I'm so excited he's a part of our team. He brings that juice. He brings a smile on his face every single day, and having him in the huddle is electrifying. And we couldn't be more blessed to have a guy like that, a big time playmaker for us.
All right.
Definitely when we have this
Garrett
tough
Bowles
schedule
loves
coming
a
up
teammate,
for us.
doesn't he?
He can, but he did. So he put out there the guy that can go over the middle, the guy that can catch the deep balls with electrifying speed, and the guy that can get around the edge when the ball is handed off to him on the sweep.
Mm-hmm.
That should be Marvin Mims, shouldn't it? Hasn't he shown all that at points during his career?
I see what you're saying. I don't think so. And let me explain. Sadly, Marvin Mims has unfortunately morphed, or I suppose depreciated into
just a punt returner,
and also like a failed gadget guy.
Yeah, but I mean, again, on some of his deep balls,
when he was so effective in 24, it was scheming ways, and especially on like pick play type routes and everything else, to get the football into the hands of Marvin Mims with space to be able to move. And they just got away from it last year. And I don't know if it was Sean Payton forgot to staple that page into the playbook or whatever it was. They just stopped doing it.
Well, to me, that sounds like you got some redundancy there, and we've talked about this before. If you find yourself needing something at any point before the deadline in this season, I think both Mims and possibly Riley Moss are the guys you look to send to other teams. So now Moss, it could be for a pick if you've just gotten to the point where you're like, we can't afford this guy. So
if you're trying to win a Super Bowl right now, you don't dare trade
either
of
you
those
keep
two
them
players.
both, but if we get to the deadline and things are not what we thought it would be, or the old one-win regression happens, the one-score win regression happens.
They're 3-6 at the deadline. You start. Could be.
Well, if there's guys that are not in your future plans, and the future isn't great for the immediate future sucks, what are you holding on to them for?
Absolutely. No, I would agree. But if you're but if the Broncos
you're dead in it,
if you're on pace to win the AFC West and challenge, you keep everybody.
I could see Mims being the Mims thing will always be wild to me.
Oh, you do not move an all-pro punt returner.
You shouldn't.
You not just you should. You do not. That would be an egregious error if they were to make that. Which they won't.
I could see him doing it.
Do you really?
Yeah.
Moving Marvin Mims.
I'm not saying that you should. And again, some of what he describes, I think, is in the bag of Marvin Mims. Now, the intermediate stuff, we haven't really seen it. But he and Bo have connected on plenty of deep passes. They had their problems last year.
You can have multiple guys as jet sweep guys.
All
Absolutely.
right. Yeah. Okay. We're gonna make one actually pop. We actually gonna block one up for
Troy
Waddle
Franklin.
this time.
Troy Franklin will still get some. By the way, Garrett Bowles didn't name Troy Franklin in that. Did you hear that? I noticed
I did
it.
not really notice that.
Yeah. Outside of the plans.
Yeah.
What else, Spring?
High five.
The Chiefs are adding 2 years to Patrick Mahomes' contract
Good for
in a
him.
reworked contract that ties him to Kansas City through 2033 at a value of $504.75 million, a value that makes it the first NFL deal valued at over $500 million.
All right. I don't know how the back end of that contract will look, said nobody ever with him.
He's going to be fine for a while. And finally, Spring.
High five.
Fernando Mendoza filed a trademark application for the term Nandalorian. According to attorney Josh Gerbin, the move could spark a fight with Disney and Lucasfilm, which holds 16 trademarks related to The Mandalorian.
Well, wait, doesn't one of them start with an N and the other one starts with an M? What's the issue here? Does Disney need Nandalorian money too? They're not making enough off the
Too
Mandalorian.
close. Come on, what have you learned? Disney and Kiss will make money off of everything. If Gene Simmons could make a Kiss Mandalorian, he would.
Spaceballs the lunchbox.
Dude, is there a little...
Nandalorian.
Good for him. Go make your money, but there's a little something about you not even throwing a pass in your trademark and stuff. That's got a little...
hey, you got to be ahead of the
bold.
game. Got to be ahead of the game, man.
Fair enough, I guess, but...
Yeah, it's... The lawyers
bold.
have got to be
Little
all over this stuff. So if he's the Nandalorian, who's Brogu? Is that Brock Bowers? Is he Brobu?
Might be now. I don't think he wants to. Pretty sure Bowers might be smaller than Mendoza, right? Is Mendoza pretty tall?
I think Bowers is bigger. I'm gonna.
Well, he's not like Gronk size, but
yeah,
they might be the same size.
Let's see.
How big was
Brock Bowers? 6'4", 235. Fernando Mendoza. I didn't type in Nandalorian. Mendoza coming in at a solid. Where the hell's his ESPN page? What are we doing here? Sports reference. I'm not a bot. I'm a person. I use your website like every day.
You a cop?
Seriously. I'm out in front of MSG beating Knicks fans right now. Let's see. Fernando Mendoza. ESPN.
This is becoming an Andy search.
6'5", 225. Oh, he's taller.
I told you,
were
maybe.
right. He's Bowers has slightly more.
No, it's not. It's
width.
not Grogu,
but he's Brogu.
But...
So it's
So now, hold on.
Mandalorian
Could
and
we pull
Brogu.
Sutton and Waddle as the Mandalorian and Grogu?
Because
the PhD wants it, DMac in particular wants to keep doing the twins thing with them, but that movie's so old.
So would Cortland Sutton?
He would be the Mandalorian.
Well, no, he'd be the Landalorian.
Okay.
Court Landalorian.
All right. Good enough. Right, you got us there.
Yeah, change the letter.
And Wogu?
And Wogu.
But that sounds like Wagyu beef.
Jawogu.
Then I don't know what the hell you're talking about.
Well, there's an endorsement opportunity.
No.
That's Andy's.
Hey, that's my lane, pal. You got your big fat contract. Some of us are trying to just survive this damn state. Leave me alone.
It's a cold business, all right? This is the Kreckman and Lindahl Show. It's Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Game 4 of the finals tonight. Andy, did you realize that the 2026 NBA Finals is the first time since the 93 Finals, Bulls and Suns, that the home team lost the first 3 games?
No.
Bulls won the first 2 in Phoenix and dropped Game 3 back at the stadium at home that year. That opened up the door for Phoenix. Was that the game? I remember the Barkley post game where he was looking at the stat sheet and out of nowhere, I think like either Dan Marley or Kevin Johnson was in the middle of an answer, and Charles Barkley just blurts out, "Michael Jordan took 55 shots." Just looking at the stat sheet. Listen to this though. Okay, here's an interesting stat. Is home court advantage becoming less valuable in the NBA playoffs? In the 6 years before the bubble, 14 to 19, home teams, 305 and 194, 61% win rate in the playoffs. In the 5 years since the bubble, it's down to 58%. Home teams, 292 and 213. Since the NBA adopted the 1-8 seed format for the 84 playoffs, this year's playoffs, the 2026 playoffs, have the 4th worst home team win percentage of any year. Is there something there? Or is that merely happenstance and we're reading too much into a slight drop-off?
Well, you know what's interesting about this? Game 7. How many Game 7s have we had? Oklahoma City lost at home in their Game 7.
Sure did.
You know what I mean? And
Yeah.
I'm trying to think back to what other Game 7s we might have had. Did Phoenix go to Game 7 in one of their series early on? It just feels like forever ago, right? So I can't remember.
It feels like the Nuggets played Minnesota 3 years ago.
Yeah, it really does.
Yeah.
I don't know, Nate. See, the problem is I was going to say, I don't think it matters whether you win the first couple of games at home or not. It matters if you've got Game 7 in your place and then you win that one, but Oklahoma City did not.
Yeah.
Did the Spurs, the Spurs in their series, who did they play before they played Oklahoma City? The Lakers? Was it the Lakers that they destroyed?
The Spurs, let's see. Who the hell did the Spurs open up with
No,
again?
it would have been someone else. They got Phoenix, right?
Portland. Beat them in 5.
Okay.
Yeah, beat Portland in 5. Let's see.
In 5?
Yeah. Yes, the Blazers did get a game in that series.
I know.
I think it was Game 3 back in Portland, too. If I'm remembering correctly. Maybe it was a Game 4 that they scraped out. Let's see. The Philly won Game 7 in Boston. That actually did happen in a Game 7. Detroit won a Game 7 at home. Cleveland won a Game 7 in Detroit this year. Like you mentioned, San Antonio won a Game 7 in OKC.
I can't explain it because normally you talk about it. Role players shoot better at home.
Right.
So not really understand. Somebody mentioned the Cavs won Detroit, and you just mentioned that. Cavs won in Detroit to move on there.
Shaman had a terrible shooting game in
Right?
Game 3 back home.
Right.
Yeah.
I don't know. Maybe.
I'm telling you, Andy, like what I observed in Game 3 was a Spurs team that just had to go play a road game, but a Knicks team
had the burden of a city.
They had the burden of the city, of the energy, of the crowd, of the ticket price, of the drought. You know, which I can kind of identify with, like as a Cub fan. Watching that team in the playoffs 2003, 2006, 7, like so many playoff runs leading up to when they finally got over the hump in 16 was like if the Cubs got behind early on in a ball game, you just feel the angry tension inside Wrigley Field.
Yeah.
Of a just nervous, ready to watch collapse fan base. And I'm telling you, man, like when the Spurs, like when they took control of that game, and not that they were ever completely in control, but they were up most of the way. When they really, you could just feel like angry tension coming off the Knicks fans. And I think it's a weird vibe for the players to have to overcome, because the fact that the Knicks haven't won a title since 1973, that's not Jalen Brunson and Karl Anthony Towns and OG Anunoby's fault. You know, like those guys didn't do that. They didn't ask for any of that. And yet, for the fans, that's kind of what it is. That's what you have to be able to overcome. What you need is a situation like the Nuggets, who waited 50 years, and you just have to be so much better than the team you play in the finals that nobody ever even has to get nervous.
Well, and like you said, the one they won even was an ugly game, but it doesn't matter. Look, man, I just think it goes back to the Knicks game. To me, I told you I'd read something on The Athletic about how the secondary market has dropped by 70%
without a championship possibility tonight. Yeah, that makes sense.
But again, I just think a lot of people word probably got out. Yeah, that sucked. I spent too much money for a evening that I did not enjoy.
Yes.
It was hard to get into the building. We lost the game. Everybody was angry after.
Right.
I don't care how rich you are. You cannot tell me that when you drop $50K or $10K and it's not a good time, that you have a good taste in your mouth.
$22,000 for a couple of nosebleeds.
Yeah.
You know, it is just to walk out angry.
Yeah.
Because you watched your team lose.
Yep.
Yeah, rough vibes night. The Knicks, man, they were in such a good place. 13-game win streak. Took the first 2 on the road. Like they were in such a good place. And I really do think like the bigness of it all is a mental strain that team's got to be able to overcome.
All right, so I got to ask you the question. And I don't think this is the case yet, but I'll repeat. I put it on Vegas. And Vegas said, no, we are not the 2007 Rockies. We lost a game and came back and won the next one.
Right. Are the
Knicks. The 2007 Rockies were now for the first time in the real late going. It gets rough.
Right.
You got to respond. It'll be interesting tonight. Because again, the tension and everything you talked about, it only gets ratcheted up 100% if they lose both at home.
And then you tack onto it that they are playing by far so much of a better team than anything that they saw in the East.
Yeah, and you're dealing with the big dog in the league.
Yeah. Yeah, you and just the athleticism of the Spurs, they are unrelenting. They don't stop coming at you. Their guards defend, man. And they took the Knicks out of their game so successfully back in game 3. Where did the Knicks offense go? Why was there so much Jalen Brunson over-dribbling possessions? Why weren't you creating? Why wasn't there movement out on the floor?
Okay.
Like, that's where the Spurs have to get a ton of credit.
Let's then revert back to the genesis of the topic. Is the home court advantage gone? A lot of what you're saying about what happened to Jalen Brunson, where we're not asking that about SGA. SGA felt like he had to do it by himself.
Yeah.
Was doing it all in Game 7 at home.
He was the only one that was good in that game.
The commentators were screaming for somebody else to come along and try to help him out. There was no Chet at all. He was getting dominated by Wemby. I do think when you're playing at home in a big moment and you know how big it is for everybody, there's a bit of hero ball for these younger teams. And even though the Knicks have been through some wars, they're still relatively a younger team.
All I keep coming back to is Nuggets game 2 when we have this conversation of you're up 19 points in the second quarter and you just get away from playing good basketball. You just get away from the thing that got you there. And the other tricky part about these series, and Denver and Minnesota had it to begin with. San Antonio and New York, now going into game 4, they completely have it of just, they know everything that the opponent is doing. And it just flat out comes down to possession by possession execution. That's all. There's no surprises left.
Well, it's probably why Mike Brown was so whiny, to use your term, the other night. And he knows you got no more scouting to do, dude. You know each other.
Right.
You know what's coming your way. They've got all your tape. You've got all them.
Yeah. Winning championships in the 7-game series sports. And I will say, especially in basketball and hockey, the two that are going on right now, which are free-flowing games that are often dictated by creativity, but also familiarity of just guys seeing each other night in and night out. It's why I say all the time, don't take championships for granted. They're so friggin' hard to win.
Yeah.
The mental tax of surviving every one of these series and everyone has its own, to use a George Karl term, personality and to be able to fight your way through this whole thing. Like right now, I think the Knights are going through it right now. I think they're playing a very different team than the Avalanche. And they don't have as many answers as they did in the last round, and it's rearing up a little bit. And I'll say the same thing about the Knicks in San Antonio. And also to a degree, I'll say the same thing about the flip side of it, because I think Towns has done a better job than any other big has in this postseason on Wemby, and that includes Rudy Gobert, and that includes Chet Holmgren, of dudes that he has seen in the playoffs.
Well, because he's also, Towns can play physical.
Right.
And we talked about that. And physicality is probably the best thing you can use against a still slight build, Wembanyama. You know what, man? It's been fun. The home court advantage thing is wild. I'm curious to see if it changes. And the last point about your championship point, man, you find out why the regular season lies to us so much too when you watch this. And every night everyone's trying and everyone's all in.
Yeah.
And you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, because that's what builds expectations. Again, why are so people angry around here in Avalanche territory? Well, because we watched a great regular season. But again, you don't get the grind every night that you get in the playoffs. You don't get the try hard. You don't get the we're playing no matter what. So you get some false reads sometimes as to what it really is.
Dive in front of any puck.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, and Mark Stone. I'm sure Mark Stone, whatever's bothering him, I'm sure is not completely gone. He just finds a way to ignore it for a breakaway or two a game like you described.
Yeah, seriously. Yeah.
And again, with the Knicks, I mean, the Knicks now, it's not some road trip where the last couple, 3 games you're going to get a lay-down team. No, San Antonio's making sure they want this thing even by the time they're done.
We got Game 4 coming up tonight in the NBA Finals. Should be a fun one. Cubs Rockies going on over at Coors Field tonight as well. That is a Shota Imanaga v. Michael Lorenzen affair. By the way, Jake McCarthy is under the weather, so he will not be in the lineup tonight for the Rocks. Cole Carrig is going to get the start tonight in center field. It'll be Johnston in right and Willie Castro in left. Across the outfield for Warren Schaefer and the Rocks tonight as they take on Pete Crow Armstrong and the Chicago Cubs, who suck. It's Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
Guys, Andy Lindahl for my friends over at Colorado Off-Road. So if you're looking for truck and 4x4 accessories, I'm going to tell you about the place I've been telling you about for almost 7 years coming up here in August, and that's Colorado Off-Road, the place that I trust, the place that's put a lot of stuff on my vehicles, including my truck, floor mats on. I got a new truck. For those that don't know, my old truck kind of gave me some problems quicker than I thought it would, even though I loved it so much. So I'm into a new truck, and I actually had the bed cover moved from, I was going to say transplanted. That's not the right word, but moved from my old truck to my new truck because that's how much I love it. It's been so reliable.
It's a transplant.
It was
It
transplanted,
works.
sure. And it is my new baby. But anyway, if you're looking for truck and 4x4 accessories, when it comes to the bed cover, I'm always telling you about that. And it's my greatest example, especially of why you have to shop local. I was looking on the internet. I found cheaper bed covers, quite honestly, stuff that was made out of foam and wasn't quite sure what the material would be, one that acted like a lid. I ended up going to Colorado Off-Road, having a conversation with Jerry Jones. He led me in the direction of the one I have now, the one that folds up in threes, and I can use as much of the bed as I want to, or as little of the bed as I want to. It's held up through snow, through hail, through everything. I can tell you, I would not have been as happy with the other one because Jerry showed me the other one. He had it. He could have sold it to me. I was quickly not interested in that. It's why you need to shop local, go into the shop, and figure out what it is that you're buying. Find Colorado Off-Road, 3 blocks south of downtown Littleton on Prince Street, right behind Arapahoe Community College, 303-761-1264, the number, or cooffroad.com.
Before we hand it off here on a Wednesday afternoon, Andy, yesterday, and you know I appreciate you for this. You
fell on the sword.
You did. You stepped in front of the bus yesterday, and you advocated for a rule change in hockey, a very unpopular rule change in hockey.
Extremely. A lot of people hate me now.
You said I don't want players dropping.
Yeah, I just want to change some of the blocking rules.
Dropping
as
to
far
the
as
ice to
dropping
block
to the
shots.
ice, taking. And I know. Look, people called me soft and stupid, and that's fine. But yeah, I'm just not a big fan of watching my guys get hurt trying to do something, especially the good guys don't need to be doing.
Yeah.
So. But it's part of the game and part of the manhood and part of the whatever. And that's fine. That's fine.
Screw the meatballs, Andy. I like the take.
Yeah, well, I'm weird. I'm going to go Nate Kreckman on this answer. I'm weird where I don't want to see my guy get a knee injury because you had to block a shot that somebody else could have made. That the goalie's wearing plenty of padding to take. But anyway, go ahead.
I like the take.
Yeah.
I don't agree with it.
Nobody else did, but you did.
Yeah. Well, I don't agree with it, but I like it. It was a strong take. You put yourself out there.
I still said they could block it. Just stay on your skates and maybe, because it would open. And again, for those that didn't hear and are like, what the hell's the genesis of this? Y'all seem to be watching the Cup final with all these goals getting scored. Y'all, it looks like that Dave Chappelle meme. You guys got any more of those goals with the Coke all around your lips and stuff? So, yeah, you seem to be enjoying this. So
I haven't seen that meme.
All
I like
I
that.
have to say is, why don't you go ahead and take up one of the things that disrupts goals is not allowing passes and things to always get through by laying on the ice.
All right. Well, I am prepared now to get hockey hate my way.
Why not?
I also, based on something that I saw last night, I have a rule change that I think hockey needs to adopt. Did you see what happened last night in the dying seconds of the first period?
I did not.
In case you forget, here is the audio. Our friend Sean McDonough, along with Ray Ferraro, on the call last night, a one-timer from Braden McNabb in the closing seconds of the opening period. Roll it, Spring.
6 seconds in the period. Down, Crown wants a shot. The Carolina won't let them get one off. McNabb scores! Did it count? The green light is on. The officials say goal, but they're going to take a look at this. They're not going to like this here in Vegas because the clock's at 0.
After review, the clock hits 0 before it crosses the goal line. Therefore, no goal.
No goal.
None. No soup for you.
Rule change proposal. Okay?
Once it's off the stick.
The
Same
shot
out of hand,
must,
shot off
must
stick.
reach its conclusion. Now, I will say this. If it is tipped
no
after
goal.
the 0, by all means, no goal.
Goals.
But the shot is away. Okay? In basketball, you release the ball. As long as the ball is out of your hands before the zeros, before the red light, the shot is legal. The shot will count if it goes in. In football, and as long as you snap the ball before the clock hits zeros, anything that shall happen afterwards is still a part of the action. In hockey, if you get the shot off before the horn sounds, if it goes in, that goal should count.
Yeah,
that's my argument. That's my argument. That's my proposed rule change for hockey. If the shot is off the stick.
If it's in midair, if it's in flight to the goal.
Yep. Count.
Now, does that, okay, but see, here's where it could get sticky.
Okay.
Let's say you get the game winner in OT. It's off the stick.
Off the end boards?
But that was not a shot. You and I know it. That was not a shot. What do you do with that one?
Off the end boards?
Because it's off the stick. Whatever happens counts.
I will say this.
As long as it hits nobody else, like that puck found a way
nobody
to
else
not
but
anybody
the
else.
goalie. But the goalie.
But the goalie?
But the
Okay.
goalie. Because, you could get tip it off your glove or whatever, and it could go in. Now, if it hits off another opposing player or one of your own players.
Yes.
No goal.
It doesn't matter. Once it hits another player in play.
Yes.
then the clock is
back
in play.
By all means, I'm with you. That's not a goal. But if it's off the stick and it touches nobody but the goalie, then the goal should count. That's my proposed hockey rule change from last night.
Again, this is another crossover between the indoor lacrosse and
what is the lacrosse
same
rule?
thing. It's got to get across. It's got to be fully over the goal line for it to count.
Okay, before the clock
It's
expires.
not getting out of your stick.
Okay.
Because, again, you get a lot of the same athletes playing those things
Okay.
in Canada.
Okay.
And
All right.
so,
This
yeah.
is my rule change. You should be able to have buzzer beaters in hockey.
But see, again, in lacrosse, where we would get stuck is so many guys have white sticks and stuff. And what if you have black tape? And then we've got to go to the Zapruder film to make sure the puck had fully left the stick in order for it to count.
People love
as a
replay.
shot. No, I
Andy.
know. Well,
They
do
love
we?
replay.
Do we love that? See, in lacrosse, it'd be with the white
know
ball,
me.
or is that a stick head, or what is that? Or
I have always argued people love the legislative part of watching pro sports. They love getting forensic on it
until
and
the
deciding.
decision is not what they thought it would be,
Oh, and
and
then
then
they're
they
mad.
lose their mind.
Exactly. But
we are the generation that grew up on you make the call.
Exactly. And it's kind of fun for everybody.
IBM presents You Make the Call, and then they'd show us this ref film. What was the call?
All right, so give me hockey buzzer beaters. That is my proposed rule change for hockey. I think we're fixing the sport, Andy.
What happened? Yeah, we've already got the text telling us we absolutely are not.
You idiots.
Yeah. And now they hate. One guy hates us both, even though he likes us both.
Stop talking about our sport.
But see, the other problem becomes what if it gets caught up in the goalie equipment?
Like if it only touches.
But if it's like in the pad, but then finds a way to squirt out, did he make the stop?
Well,
Or
then you would rule that like any other play. Like, do you blow it dead or did it go in? You would rule it like any other play. That's not that tough. Hey, Gary Bettman, Spring, get us Gary Bettman, okay?
No, really don't.
Well, as long as you're booking. You know what was weird, by the way? Was it yesterday? Yesterday was the 25-year anniversary of Raymond Bork.
Oh my gosh, was it?
I went back and rewatched the video of it. They didn't boo Bettman in Denver. He wasn't booed. Now, granted, maybe he helped get the hockey team here, but still, Bettman gets booed everywhere. He wasn't booed that time. They were very excited. I think everybody just wanted to see Ray.
We
Bork
were so
pick
excited
up the
for
cup.
Bork to touch the cup finally.
Exactly. Hey, real quick before we get out of here, over the bump music. See the empty netter at the end last night? More specifically, did you hear the empty netter last night?
I didn't hit. Let me hear that.
Roll it, Spring.
Oh.
Ehlers around. It takes a cam toward the goal. That is in for an empty net goal. From the length of the ice by Ehlers.
We should have done some prime cuts because now we need to compare. Maybe we do just a bonus prime cuts tomorrow and compare all his voice cracks from this run alone.
And they score again.
All McDonough voice cracks and prime cuts.
Down scores.
Holy cow. He told us it happens. I did not realize it happens this often. I feel like I've been exposed to more TNT now that you say that.
Andy, YouTube has McDonough voice crack supercuts.
You told me. I was not aware of this.
The Michigan State, the punter lost the ball play, major voice break on it. And you know what? It's okay, but we're allowed to joke about this because McDonough's our buddy, and he made fun of himself on our show, so we're allowed to laugh along.
Our buddy.
He's our
what
buddy.
If he knows of our. We're not in the text chain yet, but we're hoping.
Oh, the snobby Syracuse broadcaster text
I'm glad
chain.
you finally said it. The elitist text chain. I want a good look at that thing.
But again, you know what I liked about McDonough? Even he was talking crap about it.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
But I love it because they're talking smack about it. That was a terrible. Did you see that call by the hack third team?
Yeah, exactly.
Awful.
Yeah.
Who are these guys?
That's not in the group text, but in the one-on-ones that are crushing each other.
Oh, somebody. I refuse to believe someone's not giving somebody a hard time about the screw up. He's hearing about these voice cracks. This is the longest trip through puberty ever, huh, Sean?
We don't have Stu.
We'll see you tomorrow. Good night, everybody.